Okay, we're getting started back. Coming off of recess. Really appreciate everybody being prompt and getting back. And we're still a little ahead of schedule, so kudos to everybody here on being prompt. We're going to start off with our efficiency review of state boards and commissions. And so as a committee knows, there is that efficiency review task force, I believe it was, that was put together. And we're gonna be hearing from Gail Simons with the Wyoming Government Efficiency Commission, specifically in regards to state boards and commissions. And so I think, is she in the waiting room? Let me see.
She is. I just admitted her.
Perfect. That's great. Ms. Simons, when you get your audio and video working, can you let me know? There she is, and her audio is now connected. Ms. Simons. Oh, we can't hear you though. You're muted.
Let's try it.
Perfect. So we're just opening up this topic. You're the first to testify. So if you could go ahead and lead the charge.
Okay, great. So I'm Gail Simmons. I am I always like telling people I'm a civics wonk. I was a member of the Efficiency Commission from the start. So a couple of years on that. And I was asked to make a presentation on that portion of the recommendations that was boards and commissions. This was one of the recommended topics to be included, or that was included in our final report. I know that you are also going to have Trish Bach on. Her organization, ANI, has the licensing boards, which are a subset of the boards and commissions. So a little bit of, well, before I start, is there anything specific that anybody wants me to cover as I'm presenting this, or just go ahead and present it and then stand for questions?
You know, one question, Ms. Simmons, that keeps coming up, is there any boards and commissions still in statute that actually don't still exist in reality, as in there's nobody appointed or they're no longer meeting, anything like that? Are you aware of any?
Well, it's funny you should ask that. I got a call from a friend of mine who said, well, you understand the legislature, Mr. Chair, sorry. There's a board that I would really like to participate on, but I don't meet the criteria. And who would I talk to about that? So we went to take a look at it, and we brought it up. It's actually the Board of Coroner Standards. And he happens to be a forensic dentist. And so we looked into that, we pulled it up, because I didn't know what to recommend to him. And it is a board of 1 chair and 6 members. The membership is made up of a physician, 3 elected coroners, 1 licensed funeral director, 1 district attorney, and 1 peace officer. And so we're looking at this. The physician is actually a forensic pathologist out of Loveland, Colorado. And I understand that there are no forensic pathologists in the state. So that member is by definition going to be out of state, although it doesn't specify, it just says physician. The expiration of all 7 of these was 1/3/2019. So whether the board is needed or not, it hasn't been renewed. for well over a year, and I expect there are some as well. So, Mr. Chair, I don't have a definitive for you, but it just so happened that this conversation came up yesterday, and we found a board that hasn't been updated.
Great. Well, not so great, maybe. I don't know. But that's exactly, I think those are some of the things that we're all looking for. So really, really appreciate that. Any other questions before Ms. Simmons gets into it on specific instances of boards and commissions? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Simmons, are there any of these boards that are duplicitous that could be potentially done away with in order to streamline? Did you find that there were any of these that actually could be joined together?
So one of the primary, Mr. Chair,
go ahead,
and Representative Duncan, one of the primary recommendations from A&M and the efficiency was to specifically take a look at that. So there are some licensing boards that are basically self-funded. And I would say that those, because it costs the government nothing, it's really a self-administered, and those staffs are covered. But one of the recommendations, and I put a document up, I grabbed some pages off of various A&M documents and put that up on the materials, is that there may very well be some. And if I were to use this as an example, I believe that the SLIB board will have a meeting and then switch their hats, and they will magically be a different board, and yet it's the very same board members. And public lands, or I can't, land exams, something, can't remember off the top of my head. I think there may be some boards, and as you go through this this document, you'll see of the 200 plus boards, some recommendations that A&M had of consideration for consolidation, where maybe it is the same group of individuals or of people with similar backgrounds and expertise, where perhaps by consolidating the boards, it's basically more efficient for the state and also a better use of those people's time. So off the top of my head, I can't say, but as we go through this document that I put up for you, that's something that's definitely worth taking a look at. So for example, one of the things they looked at was there are a lot of different boards and commissions that have to do with the arts. And the question becomes, could there be a consolidation where instead of having differing boards do different parts of that they could actually have a single board or some consolidation with a broader perspective or responsibility? So it's that consolidation that's actually the heart of the recommendation. Okay, so I pulled, I'm gonna go ahead and start with this document that I put up. And again, it looks a little disjointed because I just grabbed some pages from the final report and some of the appendices. So the first one I have is on streamlining boards and commissions. And this is the one where it identifies that there's over 200 boards and commissions. And there's three parts to the recommendation. And the first one is shared administrative support. So right now, as I said, the licensing falls under A&I. And I believe that's both a medical and professional licensing. So A&I is managing that. All the others, the governor has a staff member who kind of tries to herd all these cats. And my understanding is it's their responsibility to identify when appointees need to be done. But really, most of these boards either are currently or could be aligned underneath the cabinet, if you would, the people that report directly to the governor. So that shared administrative support is to allow for more efficient support of their the purpose for the boards and commissions. And then to Representative Duncan's question, this reduce the number. And so they call it shared areas of expertise or functional responsibility. And taking a look and maybe stepping up one level from the individual boards and say, where are their commonalities? Where could the same person or groups of people provide that same result? And then to the chairman's point, do we really need these? Most of these boards and commissions have been created over decades, I think, by the legislature. And so maybe we don't need them anymore. Or maybe we need to make them so that it is they're kind of put on hold and only brought back up every so many years, so that it's not so much an ongoing, but as needed. And then the improved oversight structure is simply saying the boards and commissions should be aligned with and in effect answering to, well, maybe not answering to is the right word, but being managed or have the oversight of a cabinet level, because most of these, when you look at the boards and commissions, they align very closely with, or they are adjunct to the mission of an existing department. So it makes sense to have those be in alignment. And I think answering to is really a bad way of putting it, because in some cases, it is, there's oversight of the administration of a board. And sometimes that board or commission exists to provide some oversight of that department. So there needs to be some care there depending on the purpose of that particular board. So on the next page, which is basically 171, although it's only 2 in your pages there, it shows a current state and then a future state. And that future state is just an example of how the various boards and commissions could be consolidated in and have them in like professions or like responsibilities. Then on to the next, there would be, this by the way came under a broader topic of organizational structure. So in some cases, as you look at the pages that I have, some things that seem like non sequiturs are because they were actually referring to a larger discussion about organizational structure overall in the executive branch. So that's on page 172 is really, the pertinent part is taking a look at the legislation that establishes those boards and commissions. And I expect that it is probably all over the place. And so it might take some work to go in and find all of the statutes that are pertinent to establishing these. The next page is risk summary. And again, the C is the only one that we're talking about today, which is the boards and commissions. And so the risk has to do with statutory or federal mandates. I think most of our boards and commissions are state statute driven. So that really requires some joint work between the legislature and the executive branch, and perhaps even the stakeholders that are represented by these boards and commissions to identify, how are they being used? How are they effective? Could something else be done? And then page 174 is just a depiction of the risk. C has a fairly high impact and but the probability of there being some risk is also high, again, because organizational change is one of the highest resistant activities that any organization can do, and it's particularly true, I think, in the public sector. So 175 isn't so much there, but if you scroll on down, you'll start getting to recommendations to consolidate boards and commissions. And so what they did here was they took all of these different, and this is several pages, and this was just their first pass. And clearly, you know, as an outsider, A&M and any consultant can only take a look at what's obvious to them, and they don't necessarily get the undercurrents of concerns and nuances of what happens within these boards. So they kind of took this on their face value. And so you can see, for example, athletics and training, there's two different boards in here: physical fitness and sports and mixed martial arts. And again, it's kind of differing people that are involved with that. And so any of these requires stepping up a level or stepping back and saying, is this something that could be done? In addition to the question about, well, do we still need this? Was this put into place with a need that existed previously, but perhaps there is something in the executive branch that has come through that could do this instead of a board and commission. And I have to tell you, I do not envy the governor's office at all, trying to find people to fill the positions in 200 plus boards and commissions. So these differing consolidated board and commissions, this would be a first pass, something you could take a look at. That's on page 98 from the document I pulled it from. Here's one, for example, employee services. So Employee Compensation Commission, Health Benefits Plan Committee, Occupational Health and Safety Commission, Workers' Comp Medical Commission, the Health Insurance Pool, and the Unemployment Insurance Commission. And so maybe employee services you take a look at and you say, well, you know, we really need to have, because of what they do, maybe it needs to be 3 and not just 1. But again, it's worth the look to say, do we really need all these? And so my recommendation on all of these is to create a grid. Take every single board and commission, track it back to the statute that established them. What's the purpose? When was it established? What is the compensation? And then how often do they meet? When was the last time the board was updated? And then some evaluation of those. So really a very comprehensive look at all of them in total. My guess is that there are some boards and commissions that get a significant amount of review on an ongoing basis. Parole board, for example, because of the way in which people are vested in what the parole board does. And Department of Corrections has a stake in that. So being able to look at all of these rather than having the way it's been piecemealed, and I think that's true for most of what we found in the Efficiency Commission, is that things grow over a period of time, and they don't necessarily get a review. And I'm seeing that Senator Scott is green, so maybe I should shut up for a minute and see if there's a question.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the question I've got, 2 of them. One for Ms. Simmons, what document are you referring to? I don't know. I haven't been able to follow anything with a document. And then after that question's answered, for either the chairman or the LSO staff, Mr. Chairman, has that document been distributed to the members of the committee or the members of the legislature generally? And if so, when and how, so I can maybe find it if I need it.
I can help with that. So that was delivered at 11:12 this morning via your email. And that email came from LSO staff Jill Ranking. And that document is attached to that, which might prove to be a challenge, Senator Scott.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I cannot access the email and be in this meeting at the same time.
Gotcha. It's a really good document too. It's got some pretty good recommendations on it.
And I have no ability to print it out. So.
Gotcha. Representative.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Hang on, Ms. Simmons, hang on, please. Representative Blackburn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for Senator Scott's, to help him out from now on, maybe we should try to get our materials a little bit earlier than just maybe an hour and a half before we go back into session.
Okay, Representative Clifford, go ahead.
Isn't she allowed to share her presentation now?
I believe she could do a share screen, or I could.
I can give her rights to share the screen.
I'll go ahead and do it, Jill.
Okay.
Good, because I'll screw it up.
I got to make sure that I'm not going to screw it up too. All right, that is right there. And share. Okay, can everybody see that all right? Yes? Great. And Jill, is that going across YouTube also, that document?
It is.
Great, great. So specifically, these are the recommendations on consolidation of boards and commissions. Now, as Ms. Simmons was saying, this is just this is Alvarez and Marcel taking a gander at our boards and commissions and saying these ones kind of fit into the same group as an idea. So you could consolidate quite a bit. Some of these would probably get pretty wild, I think, if we did do something with it. I like how the blockchain task force is being combined with the Wyoming Lottery Commission. That could be pretty wild. Senator Scott, can you see that all right? I don't know if he's talking. I can't even see him. Well, any questions so far from Ms. Simmons? Otherwise, I'm going to have Ms. Simmons continue. Chairman Lannon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just it is a little more difficult to unmute yourself when you do have the screen taken up by a presentation. And so if Senator Scott is trying to do that, he might not know that up in the right corner of his picture, he can go
he's got it now.
And do it.
I did find that. And Mr. Chairman I can see it, but without having had it in a form where I can study it and make notes on for some time beforehand and know that what we were getting into, I'm not about to make any kind of decision based on this document.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fair. And this is just a kind of a first glance recommendation. If you wanted to see something drafted kind of situation. All of these are very broad. And
Mr. Chairman, I would make one comment on this. There was earlier showing up a bunch of the education things. There may well be some opportunities to consolidate there, but that would require a very careful study by the Education Committee to say, okay, can we consolidate and can we get some administrative savings out of that, not only for the state, but for the school districts? That might be a very useful document for them to work on, but I would be very nervous to have this committee get into that. We don't deal with education that much.
You know, and Senator Scott, I was actually thinking about how much fun it would be to combine all of the energy and environmental quality committees just to watch Chairman Greer climb me like a tree. Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reminder, the whole idea of this when we were leaving session was to really examine some of these self-funded boards and commissions to, you know, just kind of look at them because they were being pulled into some of these and having to be told how to run their budgets and such under A&I and things like that. So it's not, this was too big of a task for us to tackle in this time frame. So this was, correct me if I'm wrong, that's kind of the direction that we were originally taking.
I will correct you. Yeah, there was the opportunity to go down this road if the committee so choose. I don't think we'll be able to tackle all of this. I think that's too much of a grab, but there are some, I think there might be some things that we can take a stab at. Whatever we do, we will draw the fire. So that'll be fun. Ms. Simmons, please continue. I didn't see anybody else with their hand raised, and when I share screen, I only see part of the members. So holler out if I'm not seeing you, but otherwise, Ms. Simmons, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Senator Scott and Representative Blackburn. Yeah, it was this morning as I was looking at this that I thought, boy, just talking about it without having something for you to look at doesn't make sense. So I own not having this out beforehand, and I apologize for that. So on these recommendations, I'm going to go down to the one that's 100 that you have there. And again, you can see some higher education. You know, I look at the judicial, and off the top of my head, conduct and ethics and nominating commission are, you know, I don't know that would make sense to consolidate. But for all of these, I think that where there's benefit is not in which ones go with what necessarily, but this idea of a comprehensive review and pulling in that background information that I spoke of previously, which is to take every single one of these, list it out, and when was it created? How many people are on the board? Who has oversight of it? What are the members' criteria? And pull that information together. And then to Senator Scott's point, you know, once you've got it as corporations taking a look at this, it would be rather apparent to me that you would want to break it out and maybe turn that over, each section over to those committees that are, what do you call them, the home committee of a particular area. So whether it's education or labor and health, for them to be able to take their piece of the larger and look at that for action or for further review. But I think having that broader view would be great.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one problem that I've seen going across committees in a number of areas is the smaller committees, commissions, boards don't have the resources to do some of the things that are needed that the larger ones do. For example, Board of Medicine has done a very good job with a program for physicians that are impaired by substance abuse in terms of getting them treatment, getting them back to where they can safely practice. Done just an excellent job. You get a smaller board or commission, they don't have the resources to do that because they're all self-funded. And some of them really don't have the resources to seriously discipline a member, because one legal case would eat up all their resources and force them to have a big fee increase. Did the Efficiency Commission get into that issue at all? And is there any recommendations in that area? Because it's a major problem for our smaller boards.
Ms. Simmons.
Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, it didn't go into those specifics. The review was about whether or not having 200 plus boards could even possibly do the jobs or the responsibilities that they've got. So embedded in that for me is the idea that if you have podiatry, for example, I mean, how many podiatrists are there in Wyoming? I don't, there's probably 10 times or more, or much more than that, of physicians of all kinds. So, having a board that's just podiatry is by definition going to be limited in what they could do. And is that the best way to manage that as a licensing board? And so maybe all they can do is take a look at the license, but go no further than that, where medical board, to the senator's point, is they can go beyond that into how do they manage themselves on a, with the oomph of the legislative directives behind them. So to Senator Scott, no, we didn't specifically take a look at that, but to me, that's embedded in this idea of reviewing all of these holistically. Even if you don't make decisions on all of them, I think looking at them collectively and then maybe breaking them into, is this the best way to go about this? Can they be consolidated? Should some go away? Do we need to bring some of the responsibilities in-house to the executive and leave the licensing to just that piece of it? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could look at it, but I think that holistic view has just been missing.
Further questions, committee? Ms. Simmons, do you want to continue? Do you have anything else?
So if you'll, Mr. Chair, if you'll go down like 103, you'll see is some exceptions that they had, and perhaps there's other ones that need to go into there. This was just their past to the point that you were making. And they really wanted to present it so that the legislature and the executive branch could kind of get their arms around just how splintered and disparate these different boards and commissions are. So then the final one is, if you go to the end, it just shows a recommendation on, and this reflects, again, their pass at the consolidation with this idea of where they might be held. And back to my example on the coroner standards board, they've got coroner standards, they've got that identified as a professional, but really the coroner standards, as I understand it, is more about what's necessary in order to support when a coroner's board results in going into the judicial. So actually right now, as I understand it, it falls under the Attorney General, which makes sense. But if you're just looking at the title, you might say, oh, coroner, well, that's a professional board. And in some ways it is. Part of their responsibility is to identify the ongoing training and education that a coroner needs, but it's also around the processes that they go through in order to ensure that they're meeting the criteria when a coroner, when they hold the coroners, and it needs to go to law enforcement. So Again, but the idea here is these are kind of all over the board, and nobody could find an instance in the past where it's been looked at all together, even if it gets action taken on in groups. So that's all I have, and I stand for any further questions.
Okay, committee, I'm going to stop sharing so I can see everybody. Okay, questions for Ms. Simmons? Representative Duncan, go ahead.
In reference to the last slide, were some of those titles or categories or boxes were super long and heavy? Just a random thought. Does that indicate by any chance that those boards are extra heavy, or too many boards and commissions in that particular subject or title? Or do you have any thoughts on just on the surface of how that looks? And
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Representative Duncan, I believe you're asking about the cabinet structure for boards and commissions. I believe that like you look at the athletics and training, that was just two different boards that they'd identified. So the titles that you see in this cabinet structure reflect what you saw on the tables previously, where the left-hand side, so some of them are quite big and some of them are very small. So I don't think there's anything other than the belief that the responsibilities for these particular boards aligned with those areas in the cabinet.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
And Mr. Chair, that snoring is my dog's, not me.
Sure. I think Senator Scott's having some technical difficulties. Just hold for a little bit. Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay, I thought I had got it. That last slide, those with that so-called cabinet structure, what did those boxes represent? Because they did not correspond to Wyoming's administrative structure and cabinet structure.
Mr. Chair?
Was that a suggestion for a different cabinet structure? What was that?
Ms. Simmons, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, absolutely. So again, this topic of boards and commissions came under a broader topic of organizational structure. And one of the recommendations was to do some streamlining, some tightening of the direct reports to the governor. So when you see, and maybe this is related back to the question that Representative Duncan had. So what you see here in this cabinet structure is both a recommendation of where those boards would best be situated, as well as a reflection of further recommendations they had made on consolidating and reducing the number of direct reports to the governor.
Further questions, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, not at this point.
Okay. Further questions for Ms. Simmons? Seeing none. I've got 4 members with their cameras off, so if you've got your camera off, I can't see. Oh, Representative Ayers, he's eating, that's fine. Didn't mean to pick on you, buddy. All right, seeing no further questions, Ms. Simmons, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And please stick around, because there might be a motion on something, I don't know. But we're gonna take some further testimony now. And we have quite a few people in the waiting room. I think we're gonna go to Ms. Bach next. And so I'll admit her. Ms. Bach, can you hear us? We can't hear you because you're still muted though. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Ms. Bach, welcome to the Corporations Committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the committee. Essentially, I'm just here to answer questions. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of answers. I do have some maybe clarifications. I was on the efficiency committee for the very tail end of it when I became the interim director of A&I. So I'm here basically to answer any questions and maybe clarify a little bit about Senator Duncan, or I'm sorry, Representative Duncan had some questions on the A&I licensing board, so I can clarify that as well.
Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Director Bach, I'm going to let you answer the questions from the representative from Goshen County. And then I want to come back to just encourage you to help us remember and understand exactly how the administrative structure works with regard to staffing all of these boards and commissions. It's a little bit of a hodgepodge, and it would really help me to understand that. So thank you.
Director Bach, go ahead.
Chairman Lindholm, Senator Landon, I can definitely do that. And that might help with the questions that I heard from Representative Duncan as well. So back in 1990, and I'm getting this from information, obviously a lot of us were not here then, the licensing boards were transferred to A&I. So they sit under A&I. Generally, there's approximately 26 boards that sit under A&I. The majority of them, 20 of them, actually receive services from A&I. So we have the professional licensing board as part of A&I. So in that board is a structure of staff. There are 4 executive directors, licensing staff to take care of 20 boards. And those boards are listed under 9-2-2008 in the statutes. So I'm not going to list them all, but generally speaking, they're licensing boards. Back in 2014, which some of you may have been around during that time, to see that there was an option for some of those boards, if they were capable of going out on their own and staffing on their own, so they were solvent and able to do that, they could request to be able to not necessarily leave from under A&I, but service their own boards themselves. So independent boards, they're all independent boards under our structure currently. Those 20 are independent, but there's also independent boards that are servicing their boards on their own, doing their own finance, their own HR, their own licensing, their own systems, because they have requested to do so. So, and I can go through those boards if you would like, but generally speaking, that is what happened, and that's the chronology of what happened with some of the licensing boards. Since that time, there's been some licensing boards that have come on. I think I've heard you talk about the MMA board, acupuncture, dietetics, respiratory therapists, midwives, and then the athletic trainers. So those are also under A&I currently right now. So we have a staff of, I believe it's 6 state employees that administer all 20 of those boards. If you have other independent boards that have broken off for the services, they still lie under A&I, but the services they're doing on their own within their own staff that are also state employees. So I think just to make sure that we're all on the same page, I wanted to make sure that that made sense. So I can stop there and see if there's any questions that maybe will help clarify some of that.
Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do have a question on that because I'm just wondering again if we're working on streamlining these boards that have broken away and become self-funded and, you know, and solvent. Just wondering, do they, and I'd really like to know who they are just out of curiosity too, but do they still have some type of overview by the governor or your department or A&I or something just to see how they're functioning, and are they required to have reports? Thank you very much.
Director, go ahead.
Chairman Lindholm, Senator Schuler, that's a very good question. It's something I'm still trying to wrap my head around as the newer director for ANI. I believe they do. I mean, and when you say self-funded, I want to make it clear too, because all of these boards are independent. So there is, and they're all functioning in their independent self-funded. So even though it's under ANI, so for example, the Board of Architects, they are self-funded and they have their own independence. Boards that are maybe that have requested to come out from under the services of ANI, for example, the medical board, they're self-funded, they're independent. The Board of Podiatry, which I know that came up earlier, that is under ANI. They also are self-funded. So there is a, if you've ever seen the JAC hearings for budget, they come under ANI and present their budget, generally with the ANI director there. So there is some oversight, I would say generally, in that last, probably since 2014, probably not as much oversight as maybe there should be. I think that's, I think they do a great job. I think all of the boards do a great job. I think our boards do a great job. The governor's office has the ability to obviously have oversight at any time. So there's a little bit of oversight. They're under ANI, but they're independent. So the 2014, and I don't know the history behind 2014 and why that may have come up. What that, it seems like it was the opposite of trying to be efficient. But there may have been many other reasons why that came up. So I don't have a history on that.
I've got Chairman Lannon first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director Bach, I apologize. You do sound a little bit like you're in a covert. Not sure about if that was just my computer or not, but can you remind me, I thought I wrote down 4 people and then I wrote down 6 people from my appropriations days. I cannot remember how many employees it takes for us to take care of these boards and commissions. So what is that total number? How many do you supervise whose only job is to take care of these boards and commissions?
Director.
Chairman Lindholm, Senator Landon, when it comes to the professional licensing boards that are already consolidated under ANI, and we perform services for them, it is a total of 7 staff members in ANI, under the boards. So we have 20 boards, and we do that with essentially 4 executive directors and 3 staff members for licensing. So when you look at some of the other boards that have maybe broken off, I don't have that complete number, but I can certainly get it for you on, for example, what the medical board, how many staff members they have, how many staff members, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the boards that are separate, and I will do that for Senator Schuler. So those are the numbers I don't have. So I have the ones for the actual boards that are consolidated currently.
Follow up.
Thank you. That's starting to clear up the picture for me. Appreciate it.
Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So straighten this out for me, please. If a board is self-funded and are independent, why does the governor need oversight?
Chairman Lindholm, Representative Duncan, that's a very good question. And this came up in the JAC because there was some confusion. They are, when we say they're independent, but they're state employees. So the state of Wyoming is paying, they fall under all of the rules for state employees. They are regular state employees. So whether they're under ANI or they're independent, for example, on the medical board, the state board, they are all state employees. So they are self-funded where they receive licensing fees, obviously from the community for a realtor, for example, and that is what funds their board. So the board itself is appointed by the governor. The staff are state employees. It's just whether they are independent from an agency or if and they're on their own, like the real estate board or the medical board, or they fall under an agency, like ANI when we have the licensing boards, those kind of licensing boards. There are a lot of small boards that cannot, as I heard the discussion earlier, that are not able to, or it's not efficient to have their own staff. Some of the bigger boards argue, and I assume that's what happened in 2004, say we can have our own staff. Now, going back to Ms. Simmons' discussion about the Efficiency Commission, and I understand the argument that they're self-funded, so it doesn't really affect your fund. There were two parts of the efficiency. It's the efficiency to save money, and then efficiency in state government, where you don't need the amount of resources for this board when we can all do it under this board for less resources or to consolidate. That was the discussion at the Efficiency Commission. So there were two parts of the Efficiency Commission: saving money and having a smaller footprint is the way I kind of look at it. So hopefully that answered your question.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Question I've got on the funding, and separately for the large boards that are got their own employees and the ones that are being serviced by the ANI staff, are those employees general funded or do the boards and commissions pay a fee that makes the state whole for the expenses of the staffing?
Director Bach.
Chairman Lindholm, Senator Scott, they are, as we said, self-funded, so they are paying for their staff out of their licensing fees. So they are not generally funded.
Follow up, Senator?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and that includes the smaller boards that are serviced by the ANI employees. They're reimbursing ANI for the service of those employees.
Director Bach.
They are their own professional licensing board and they fall under it. So they are paying the fees or the salaries of the 7 folks there. And I want to make clear, some of these boards are not small that are under ANI. So I just want to make that clear. There's a lot of boards that don't want to go out on their own. They just want to have it services pretty good under ANI. That I'm biased. So when the boards are self-funded, there is not a general fund issue. Generally speaking, I mean, there could be when you're talking about some other issues about SWICAP and everything else. But generally speaking, all of the boards and the licensing boards are self-funded and there's not a general fund issue.
Director Bach, I'm gonna, hopefully ETS is listening so that they know whose office they need to go visit. Your mic is just like really kind of echoey and not very loud. So something we're gonna make ETS come and pick on you about. Any other questions for Director Bach? Director, do you have any recommendations on consolidation of boards and commissions?
I think it's a broader question, given what you talked about earlier. Hopefully I'm a little louder. There are a lot of boards that, honestly, for example, when you look at the employee, I was looking at the presentation, employee services, I think they called it, and having the comp commission in there and UI. Those are like UI should be with workforce services. I don't see that being in the same bucket as compensation for state employees. State employees are one group. UI is the entire state. So that's how I think that's a little bit problematic, especially going back to what Ms. Simmons was talking about when there was an overarching view of whether the cabinet should look the same. And that's why it's difficult to read that report, because both Gail and I know what A&M was trying to look at for the cabinet, and that's what this report kind of shows. So maybe if the cabinet, if they took those recommendations, it makes sense, but I think it's a broader issue. I think the licensing boards, that the realm that I know, is a little bit easier to maybe talk about consolidation or not consolidating. So I think carving that piece out for me is a little bit easier. And I will mention too, I think that Ms. Anderson, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Governor, is also available to answer questions on the bigger picture. And I think she might be in the waiting room, I'm not sure. So I believe she is. And if you had questions on the board, that the Governor's office really knows a lot more about that than I do.
Great. Any further questions for Director Bach, Representative Duncan? I'm also going to note that we've got till 2:30 on this topic. So we got about 30 minutes left.
Just a quick question. How, and I don't know if this is the right person to ask. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
How does the self-funded boards, when they are the ones raising the funds, they're the ones that are independent and they have all their own funding, they can afford to give raises, they can afford to pay what is marketable for their employees? Why and how is it that they are capped and denied salaries? Why and how does that work?
Director Bach.
Chairman Lindholm, Representative Duncan, that's another very good question, and that was discussed at the Jays this last session as well. I feel pretty strongly about that, so I will give you my opinion as the A&I director. The Human Resource Division, they are state employees. So when we look at a classification, for example, for a licensing specialist, and we could have that somebody in YDOT that is federally funded. We could have somebody on the board, the real estate board, who's self-funded. We could have somebody who's generally funded in the Department of Health. So we have to, as the compensation policy, we cannot get to where we have the haves and the have-nots with state employees. They are state employees. So if you have somebody who's working in the Department of Health and is making $4,000 a month as a BAB 04 or a BAB 06, and then they're also in the agencies out there, in multiple different agencies. There is other funded, federal funded, commission funded. We have to take a stand and say, this is what the MPP is. It is unfortunate that the majority of state employees are not at the midpoint for market, and they're somewhere below it. So we take a pretty hard stance on that no matter what the funding source, a state employee is a state employee. And we have to keep that even and try to keep that fair across all agencies. Otherwise, you're going to have game and fish, retirement, all of the other funded agencies paying what may be the appropriate rate. Unfortunately, we can't always, across the board, pay that appropriate MPP rate. We try very hard to get those, but especially right now when you're in a situation where the budget is the way it is, if we start having all of the other funded agencies give raises to everybody in the next year, while the general fund is ripping people, if that is something that's out there, or trying to take salaries down, that is inherently unfair with the whole system for the compensation for the state plan. So that's my little speech on the trying to keep everybody on the same playing field.
Any further questions for Director Bach? Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a quick comment to kind of take this issue home a little bit, maybe. I heard from one of our agencies out there that does utilize the services of A&I, and it is a very efficient system the way it's set up. And Director Bach alluded to that, but it would save, for example, one of the commissions hiring an additional staff member when they can share those duties among several boards or commissions, and therefore reimburse to the tune of $5,000 or $6,000 versus trying to pay for an employee. So I think that those of us on the committee understood that, but I just wanted to kind of remind that there is some efficiency in some of the things that are going on there.
Perfect. All right, we're going to move on. We've got the governor's office waiting, and I'm going to admit them. Ms. Anderson should be joining us here. And for Ms. Simmons and for Director Bach, I'm going to just keep you guys in the room in case there's any follow-up questions that may come. Ms. Anderson, thank you for joining us. You're going to have to unmute, Ms. Anderson. Should be in the lower left-hand corner. There you go.
Okay, I'm not on it. Where am I?
You're unmuted now, Ms. Anderson. We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't see my screen.
Oh.
Check down here. No, I checked down there. It won't let me see. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay. We might move on to other testimony. Seems there's technical difficulties going on. Well, Ms. Anderson's getting her computer squared away. I'm going to go ahead and admit Ms. Novotny Smith. Ms. Novotny Smith.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Nicole Novotny Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Real Estate Commission and Certified Real Estate Appraiser Board. I'm joined here at the Board of Medicine's conference room with individuals from the Board of Pharmacy, the Board of Medicine, the CPA Board, and the Engineers and Land Surveyors Board. So if you have other questions, we're here and happy to answer those. I just wanted to offer again, as I did at a previous meeting, an extension of our help. We are small but mighty as what you would call an independent, self-funded professional and occupational licensing board consortium. And for the last 15 years, we've actually met on a quarterly basis to consolidate, to share resources, and to streamline our services together as separate entities. So we're just here today to simply answer a few questions and to provide you with our help and support in this endeavor, which we all agree is very important and necessary at this point in time, especially considering our budget circumstances and really the state of government overall. We want to be as helpful to the committee in this endeavor.
Great, great. Ms. Novotny Smith, is there anyone there representing a board that wants to volunteer to get rid of their board or commission?
There aren't any hands up, no, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, all right,
However,
well, I figured I'd ask.
I think I can just offer a little bit of anecdotal knowledge based on my 20 years of government service to maybe help clarify a few things, because this is a big undertaking. I do not believe that the summary provided by Alvarez and Marsal was comprehensive. I believe it was an initial brushstroke. At first glance, there are many inaccuracies within it, and so I do believe it's in need of some revision. Again, happy to help with that. Since that summary does not cover advisory authority, funding streams, and overall administration, which is a mixed bag. There are a lot of boards and commissions, and I do think the governor has a significant challenge in providing appointments for those boards and commissions So a new look at those is necessary. In Wyoming, we're a little bit guilty of always wanting to have that public voice and wanting to have individuals that we can connect with publicly speaking in our government. So with that culture, I think we always have a lot of boards and commissions sort of blooming in wanting to address the work of government. And so that's not something that's unfamiliar. And I don't think it's a unique situation in Wyoming at all. I would like to state that with regard to our self-funded, small self-funded boards, again, self-funded meaning that we operate solely on revenue generated from fees for licensing services. The offer has always been on the table to combine or utilize the services of A&I. However, the Real Estate Commission and the Certified Real Estate Appraiser Board have never existed under A&I. They've always existed alone, or I think in the 1940s or 50s were under the Department of Agriculture, actually. But with that, A&I has always offered that if our revenues declined substantially, if we needed additional support, we could always reach out and engage with A&I in a way that allowed us to have their support and utilize their services. So we have about 20 licensing boards, as Director Bach said, operating under that A&I structure. And then you have about 12 that are operating in a more independent fashion. And it's a little bit odd because when it comes to oversight, we actually have quite a bit of oversight. I answer directly to a commission, as do most of my peers. I do not answer to the governor, although if he calls me, I have to answer his questions. So we serve the commission, we serve the governor, who is also a member of all of our boards and commissions per statute. Then we also serve the legislature. We adhere to the standards of the Attorney General in terms of procedure, and we must follow the guidance in Title IX as a government entity. So when it comes to that advisory capacity and who's overseeing our agencies, we have quite a bit of oversight. That's not counting the licensees that we also answer to when we make our decisions and make changes related to licensing law or professional standards.
Any questions so far for Ms. Novotny-Smith? Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Novotny-Smith, would you elaborate with me, to me and the board and the committee? Previously, this last year, when you testified and wanted to get raises for your staff, you are one of those self-funded boards and licensing boards and commissions. And the raises that your board wanted, they weren't above and beyond what was recommended. And correct me if I have my facts incorrect. There was a level that was be market level or whatever, and your raise was not above that. You were just trying to come up close to that level. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, this is a much larger issue in terms of governance that we're now getting into versus consolidation. When it comes to being a self-funded agency, like the agency that I manage and report to the commission, I think it's important to understand a couple of things. The Real Estate Commission oversees our financial situation quarterly. So we run similar to a small business in that we're generating revenue on the year, and then we're evaluating our spending on the quarter. And so with that, we have a built-in incentive to do as well with our funds as possible. And with that, at least looking back about 5-10 years when they implemented the new Hay study and the new method of evaluating state employee performance, with that sort of came this expectation that the better we managed our money, the more we could offer incentives in terms of salary. But we still have overarching authority from the Department of Administration and their HR division that states that we have to adhere to the market pay standards that are set by them, which are usually more relevant to generally funded agencies or federally funded agencies. So you have to inject that into the conversation to understand that perspective. When we as the Real Estate Commission, I can't speak to my colleagues or for them, When we asked for adjustments to market, that was based on a recommendation from our commission, looking at our revenue and saying, you know, we've done pretty well. We have a little bit of extra money at the end of this fiscal year. We would like to apply that into salary adjustments for staff. But that's not the same conversation that you have in a generally funded agency or a federally funded agency. So that's an important distinction to make. And we absolutely adhere to the standards set by ANI HRD because we're not independent in the way that the Business Council is. The Business Council, I believe, has a different structure as a quasi-government agency. They can set different standards for their compensation. We can't, we have to adhere to approvals by ANI. But no, in answer to your question, we were not asking for anything per the direction of the commission other than market adjustment to the most current rates.
Perfect, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead because we're running short on time. Ms. Novotny Smith, please, you and your colleagues stay with us in the room in case we have more questions. I'm gonna go to Ms. Anderson with the governor's office.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties earlier.
No problem.
Yes, I'm Betsy Anderson. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and General Counsel for Governor Gordon. I do have with me Pamela Perea, who's the Director of Boards and Commissions for the Governor. So I'm happy to answer any questions. As Tricia Bach mentioned, she's really working on the licensing boards. The governor's office is working on the remaining boards as to any type of savings or efficiencies. I just would make one comment about the licensing boards of the discussions you've had is to the extent we could consolidate staff and costs in that way, I think a reduction of fees to our constituents, if we could have some savings that way, because it is specially funded, right? So it's, but if there could be that kind of end result, that would be something nice in form of consolidation for licensing boards. But yes, I can certainly speak to the remaining boards if you'd like for me to speak.
Ms. Anderson, did you just suggest to form a consolidation board of consolidating boards?
Of the licensing boards, if you were to take the licensing boards that are independent and then have them be a part of ANI, you know how, as Tricia Bach explained, ANI administers a certain number of boards right now, but not a certain number of licensing boards, but not all of them. And there are certain independent in a way that they are not administered by ANI. They are, they administer themselves through their own revenue. And I would think if you could, so they each have a staff, and I think if you could consolidate that, and if it would be through ANI, so that you don't need as much staff for those licensing boards, to the extent you could have some savings there, then you could, it would seem that you could take some of those savings to maybe make the fees that the various doctors, nurses, real estate agents, whoever is paying these licensing fees, that it might be a little bit less costly for them.
Questions from Ms. Anderson with the governor's office? Not seeing any. Did you have anything further, Ms. Anderson?
I would just say we are looking at the remaining boards. In fact, it's kind of in line with what we're looking at with budget reductions at this point in time. I think you're all aware of, we're reaching out to all the agencies. It really is kind of a good time to put together examination of the various boards that relate to each agency and the need for them. 2 points just on your conversations. I would say number one, when it comes to efficiencies, there's this cost savings, but the efficiencies is the number of appointments, the number of board members. What I can tell you is really difficult, not so much the number, but the requirements. The requirements that they have to be only so many from a political party, they have to have a certain discipline, they have to be from this particular district, and within that district, they have to rotate to the next county. And as we kind of joke in the office, at some point, you're looking for a purple alien from the far side of the moon. It's just really hard to find somebody who meets all those requirements. And so that so that could sometimes really be challenging. And sometimes it ends up with some vacant positions for a while as we try to find, you know, a non-Republican person with a water right in District 4 who can serve on the board. That's a bit of the challenge. And so, and I will say, we do have a couple of boards that I think have like 20 or 30 members. I mean, one of our questions to our directors is going to be, do you really need that many members for a short-term board? That maybe that's not a bad idea, but for a perpetual board, that's really hard to maintain a large membership, and we can look into that. But that was one thing. And then with regards, the second point I wanted to make was with the Alvarez and Marcel. I think they did a very nice job. I think it's great the way they kind of organized the boards. I mean, there are a few tweaks some things that need to be fixed, but just to point out a few things. Some of the things in their list are interstate compacts. And so that really is not, they are what they are. There's not a lot you can do with that. Some of those boards are constitutionally required. So the Judicial Nominating Committee and the Judicial Ethics, the idea of consolidating those, they are both separately required under our Wyoming Constitution. So there are issues like that you have to look at. And then there are things like, you look at Trails Council, and that's one of the first ones I had to look at when I got here. And I was like, Trails Council, it seems very specific. But there's a federal law, and if you have a Trails Council, you can get federal funds that you would not otherwise get for your trails. And why would you not do that, right? So I think it really is, as Ms. Simmons said, you have to really look at each one. I think several on the list you can probably strip out pretty quickly as not anything you can see any type of efficiencies or savings with. And of course they have SLIB on there and State Board of Land Commissioners, and certain ones that WCDA and Business Council that we know we can't. Those are significant agencies that at this point we know those are staying in place. But I think we hopefully when we get to the directors and get their feedback on all these various boards and commissions, I'm hoping we can find a few places where hopefully we can make some improvements.
I had Senator or Co-Chairman Landon, pardon me, and then Senator Scott after him.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to pay very careful attention to what Ms. Anderson just told us about the difficulties of finding appointees and all the requirements that make it so difficult, because we're the guilty parties in structuring that. And I don't know how many times I've seen licensure bills going through where people keep adding people with very specific requirements for who they've got to be. And it just doesn't work. And it does quite a bit of harm and causes the governor's office no end of heartaches. And it goes all the way from the least important boards we've got to clear to the University of Wyoming Board of Trustees, where we've done quite a bit of harm. And Mr. Chairman, if the committee wants to undertake a project to loosen all those requirements, it would be a battle, but it would do quite a bit of good.
Wouldn't you agree, Ms. Anderson?
Mr. Chair, Senator Scott, yes, I think it would be nice to examine that, but it would be a very big project. But and I can't remember. There are some that are sort of bizarre, where sometimes you have barbers that have a political. The board of barbers has some political requirement. I mean, some of them are kind of obvious, but I do recognize that some of them are important. I mean, we do want geographic representation across the state, so district requirements. We do want representation across all parties within the state, and for certain boards that's important, but there are some that don't really make sense.
Perfect. I've got Janie in the waiting room. I don't know who Janie is, but I'm hoping they're wanting to testify on this, so we're going to let them in. Janie, are you there? That's not Janie. I know that. That's a Dave. You're muted, Dave. There you go.
Thanks.
Perfect. I've got Janie in the waiting room. I don't know. Oh, you've got to mute your YouTube there, Dave. Can you hear us, Dave?
I can, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Janie, are you there? You see, somebody's got their YouTube on. We're blaming the new guy, Dave. Not Janie. I know that. That's a bit. Yeah, just close out of that YouTube if you would, Dave. And then I know who you are, but nobody else does, so you're going to have to introduce yourself.
Certainly. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Dave Cromus. I'm here representing Peak Motion Physical Therapy. And the reason that we're on today is because we've recently run into some trouble where we've made some new hires, specifically for some from new physical therapists, graduates. And the problem that we face is that these graduates from February have been unable to test really anywhere nationwide for the purposes of licensure. And as soon as they can test is going to be the 28th, I believe it's the 28th of July, which means that there's really a period of time after that they submit all that information to the appropriate boards for licensure. And essentially these new docs are really unable to enter the workforce for quite a period of time, largely because there's no way to license them, either in a temporary or in a permanent way. And so, as you know, this was a concern that I brought to your attention. And I saw the narrative that you sent forward, the proposed bill. I have commented. I have been in contact with the Wyoming chapter of the Physical Therapy Association, and they've also reviewed our comments. I sent that to you for your review today. Our primary concern on this end, and I think also the concern for some folks in the chapter, was the open-ended or perhaps closed-ended nature of temporary licensure. It allowed the appropriate boards to offer temporary licensure in the event of a public health crisis, but wasn't particularly clear on exactly when that temporary license would expire. And so I simply offered some thoughts on that and for your review.
Great. And Mr. Crumbs, did you send that to LSO also, to our Legislative Service Office?
I'm afraid I did not. I only sent it to you.
Okay, gotcha. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and this is relevant to one of the bills that's coming up. We've heard the same in Committee 10, and the bill that's before us will require significant amending to solve the problem, but it's a real problem and does need to be solved. So we need to talk about that and which committee is going to handle it when we get to that bill.
Senator Scott, does the Health Committee have a draft that they're working on right now and moving forward with?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. It is a non-codified piece that would allow the board to temporarily waive some of those requirements, grant licensure, and put on any conditions that the board felt was appropriate given their profession and circumstances of their profession. Would have a definite sunset date on it that would be the one we're looking at is July 1 of next year, so that it would be a temporary thing to deal with this COVID issue. It's a bit of a different approach from the draft corporations bill, and we could do one or the other or both. It would be best to do it a special session if there is one. Right. My understanding is there's currently active discussion as to whether we're going to have a special session in the immediate future or whether it's going to be put off until probably late September. So there's a timing problem, but the virus has caused a real problem, and this is one of the manifestations that we've heard about.
Yeah, I think Senator Scott, we've had some recent news about that special session possibility. Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Chairman Scott, I guess my question would be, Senator, if you have the ability on Committee 10 to gather that committee back together again in time to prepare that bill that's running parallel to this one, do you have the time to get to that? Or is it your thought to have a day where you would call that committee back together again and be able to prepare the legislation for the end of June? If not, I wonder if we shouldn't work this bill hard. And I think you do have some good suggestions as to what we could amend in. So I guess what are your thoughts, Chairman, on where we ought to go with this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we got people in Wyoming that are out of work because the state screwed up. I think we ought to work hard and get it done right now. That is my opinion.
I agree with the Chairman. I'm interested in what the Chairman thinks he can do on Committee 10 too.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, we've got a draft. I just put some changes into it yesterday after the LSO finished drafting up what we gave them. We could amend it into the bill today. We have a meeting tentatively scheduled for next Wednesday, but the problem is right now they're talking about a special session. They've limited it to 6 bills, and none of them are from either one of our 2 committees. So the timing problem, if there's a September special session, then there's plenty of time to get it put together. I could amend it into your bill today. We could do it separately. The bills are aimed a little differently, but basically there's a draft ready to go, deals with both the licensure issue and some continuing education issues that we're hearing about. So that's something we need to collectively make up our mind, but whether it's Corporations Committee or Labor Committee, it's not at all clear that the powers that be will entertain either a bill from either committee if there is a special session in the end of this month. And it sounds to me like there's a good chance there will not be, because the real issues are budget and they're just not ready.
I will pack my baseball bat, if you will, and we'll make sure this one is seen if we get it done. I'm gonna and if it gets down into the details of the bill, hold on, because we have yet to have that bill presented. So Representative Clausen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to add on to the importance of this. I've been chasing some issues with dental licensure for some constituents, and I think it's pretty widespread that we've got some work to do in this area.
Yeah. Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just really want to caution us on the licensure. It needs to be specific. There are things like real estate appraisals, things like that. They can issue a license within less than 2 days. So you really need to be careful and really be thoughtful about what you are issuing in terms of licensure. If it is medical or something like that, or something that we don't already have a compact agreement or something along those lines, fine. But things like real estate and things, those kinds of things, they can already do that. We don't need this for that. But if it's some of these things that they can't do, we need to address. But we really need to be thoughtful with a scalpel on this issue. We've had this licensure issue come down the pipe before, and it didn't pass because we've had testimony over and over that it's already there. We can already, these different licensing testimony we've had over and over, that they can issue these. We don't need universal license with military.
Different bill, Representative Duncan. Different bill. There's two different bills.
Okay.
So the one we're talking about is the emergency like COVID related licensure, because boards are, anyways. Representative Blackburn, I got you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to work this bill hard and we need to get it done. And we don't need to wait for labor health, or we just need to do our job.
Senator Scott. Oh, you're good. Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Duncan is making a very good point. And the way you deal with it is to give plenty of discretion to all the boards to be sensible in dealing with this COVID crisis. Don't mandate them to do anything, but give them the ability to tailor the solution to their particular circumstances. And the trouble is their existing statutes provide some obstacles in some cases. And I'm prepared to be very specific about the physical therapy one, because that's one of the ones we had heard about. But if you do it so you're not mandating anything, then you won't get in trouble with these other boards that are fine.
Right. And I think one of those bills does that. The other one is the universal licensure one that I'm sure will raise some people's eyebrows. Either way, let's go ahead and go to Mr. Hewitt. Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, I may have been misconstrued when I asked Chairman Scott where he and his committee stood on this bill. I think there's some urgency on this bill, no question, but it doesn't make any sense to me for the two committees to each be developing a piece of legislation. And so I was trying to drill down and see where it rested better with the opportunity to get it prepared for the end of June. And so, I agree with Representative Blackburn. If we need to work it as a corporations committee, fine. But if Committee 10 has this well in hand and way out ahead of us, it might make sense to let that committee bring it. That's the only point I was trying to make. Thank you.
No, I think that's a fair point. They don't have it. They're just finishing up the draft process. So, and I, leave it up to the committee how you want to handle it. We did post it publicly, so we got to see it. And there is a difference between the two. Senator Scott, and then I'm going to Mr. Hewitt, and he's going to present the bill come hell or high water.
Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to deal with it by amending the bill we've developed right into yours so we don't have to meet again. That is kind of my preference, but it means you'll have to listen to a verbal account of what we're doing, because it's different from the bill that has been drafted.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand it's different based on the aspect, like you said, it was non-codified and it would only handle this coronavirus situation, versus the draft we're looking at is much more broad authority in regards to emergency orders. Is that correct, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the draft we've got now, it has some major problems in it as it stands, but we think we're going to need a long-term bill to deal with not only this pandemic, but any future ones and any cases where you've got natural or man-made disasters that cause these boards to be unable to function, so we don't have a repeat. That's one we can take some more time on, and maybe corporations is the appropriate place, because it cuts right across, whether it's architects or engineers or doctors or physical therapists, cuts across all the boards and commissions. So there's really two different bills needed. One for the next time we have a special session, get it done as quick as we can, and one for the general session.
Right, perfect. Mr. Hewitt, if you would go ahead and present, we technically have two pieces of legislation here. Let's start with the first one, the emergency authority one.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and present 20 LSO 736, which is the Public Health Emergencies Bill. Mr. Hopkinson has drafted the other bill, the Universal Occupational Licensure Bill. And so he can present that, but I'll leave it to you to decide how we proceed once I go through the bill. So what this bill does, as has been discussed, is it provides authority to licensing boards to waive or relax examination and training requirements during public health emergencies. So you can see in the bill title, it does that, authorizes these boards to waive these requirements, and then requires satisfaction of all statutory examination and training requirements after a public health emergency has ended. So down at the bottom, page 1, on to page 2, we get into 33.1.303. And this section provides certain authority to all licensing boards under Title 33. And it applies to 3 additional groups. It applies to the Wyoming Gaming Commission in permitting and pari-mutuel events. It applies to the Professional Teaching Standards Board for the certification of teachers and school administrators. And it applies to the Game and Fish Commission and its permitting of guides and outfitters. So those are the entities that this applies to. Every board under Title 33, the Gaming Commission, PTSB, and the Game and Fish Commission. And so the new language on page 2, you can see it there starting on line 9. It provides that these boards can waive or modify statutory examination and training requirements for licensure or permitting. Some have various licensure authorities, some have various permitting authority. It has to be necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of the state during the period of a public health emergency. And the governor under 35.4.115A1 can declare a public health emergency. The governor has to also the governor has to declare when the public health emergency ends. So after the public health emergency is declared to have ended by the governor, boards would have to require people who make use of these waivers or modifications to meet all statutory examination and training requirements. And as has been discussed, this doesn't have a specified time in which a board has to require that. It would be, in all likelihood, up to the board to make that decision to meet this requirement. But if the committee wants to get more specific with timing, it certainly can. Section 2 of the bill would provide for an immediate effective date. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the bill.
Questions for Mr. Hewitt? Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, first question I've got relates to page 2, lines 3 and 4. It says, except as otherwise specifically provided by statute. That phrase makes this bill ineffective in terms of dealing with a number of the problems we've got. And let me be specific here.
That's existing
Look at an example.
Though, isn't it?
What?
That's existing statute, I believe, Senator Scott.
That may be, but with that phrase there, it ain't gonna work.
Okay.
When you look at it, take the physical therapy board, for example. Their statute specifically requires, and if anybody wants to look it up, it's 33.25.105. It specifically requires that they pass an examination. And the problem we just heard about is the examinations aren't being given currently. And that's the problem we need to solve. You have to get rid of that phrase, and it's an existing statute and probably has some reason independent of the situation we're dealing with now to have that phrase. So that's a major problem with this bill. And the question I've got for Mr. Hewitt is, am I reading that wrong, or with that specific requirement for that examination in the physical therapist, the statute? And I think it's present in some of the other licensure statutes. that would, with this language, that would take precedent over what the new language that's in the bill, right?
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, excellent question, Senator. I read this as there's certain authority under 33-1-303. Currently, that includes several provisions, one of which is the board can delegate to staff temporary authority. So my thought was, if the specific statutes for the boards prevented the staff from exercising that authority, then the staff wouldn't have that authority. And so here, with this new language, nothing else in statute, I believe, would prevent this new language from having effect. Now, perhaps the easiest thing to do would be to just create a new subsection within 33-1-303 and say it, and copy the beginning of subsection A, except for the first clause, and that would remove any potential question about that.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think this discussion is illustrative of why I think that if you want to solve the immediate problem, the simplest way to do it is to stay out of the existing statutes, do it in a separate non-codified section with a notwithstanding provision, and then you have the ability to give the boards authority to adapt to their own circumstances. And if they need to put conditions on a license, they can do that. Say that, okay, we'll let these new ones in, but if they haven't passed the exam yet, they say they have to be under supervision, put a time limit on it, and give them some explicit flexibility as to how long the license is good for, because no telling how soon after the crisis is over the examinations are going to resume. That obviously is going to take some time. So that's why I'm recommending an approach that's outside the existing statutes.
Is that a wouldn't you agree? I think that's a wouldn't you agree.
And that's a decision. We can pursue this. This would be an appropriate bill to work on in the future for a long-term solution where we could have some time to work it over. But I think as it's before us right now, it's going to be ineffective at solving the problem.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I guess part of my problem is Senator, you doubt that we'll be seeing this at a special session towards the end of this month. I don't doubt that. And so no offense to your committee, the health committee, but if you guys are not going to run the ball on this, I dang sure want to.
Well, we will, if there's going to be a special session and we've got any chance of having them agree to hear our bill, we'll run with it Wednesday unless we take care of it right here.
Okay.
And my preference is to take care of it right here, but that does involve a different, taking the innards of this bill out and putting something different in.
Right. Well, and I understand that, Senator. I think, one of the issues I've got with completely turning over the preference towards the boards is, and nothing against the boards, this wasn't brought to me by a board as an issue. This was brought to me by a physical therapist in my community. And just like it was brought to Representative Clausen and Representative Blackburn by individuals. So where were the boards? And that's kind of an issue that I've got, is they weren't doing anything. And that makes me a little bit ornery and a little bit hesitant to turn over authority to them in regards to, I like the idea of saying they shall, I guess. Anyways, Representative Duncan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess comment about Senator Scott's issue, I guess that would reference new licensees. However, and that would solve the issue for new licensees maybe, but what we're getting at, the crux of the problem of what we're getting at is happening right now. And I'm sorry about my comments earlier. I was off in another world about something completely different. I got lost in Zoom world. I'm back on track now. This is having to do with, and I did send an amendment to this bill out to everybody. And so this references an issue that that we discussed earlier with the liquor division. It references, and it'll help my local brewery, where they had the issue of a minimum amount of alcohol that they were having to produce, and their doors were shut. It also has to do with the Gaming Commission and their board, and the problem with the horsing racing and the Gaming Commission, and they're having a minimum number of days for them to be able to race, and no definite days and situation of where they're going to be able to guarantee by the governor being able to guarantee, are we going to be able to open or not going to be able to open, and having to invest money and funds into grooming the tracks and things like that. So there's some issues like that. And then you have these boards who are going to may or may not, and have decisions and things like that. So we're leaving it up to a set of individuals that have this power to decide yes or no, and the financial being of these businesses, and the vague, their entire financial solvency and of these individuals and these businesses based on these boards and commissions. So my amendment to this bill will say that if they have just cause, they shall be able to perform and continue. So that's what my amendment is, to help these guys out. I distributed it to LSO. I distributed it to all of you guys. So I hope that when we get further on, we'll be able to talk and debate about it. But this is a great, I'm back on track. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna, is there any other questions for Mr. Hewitt? I don't see any questions for Mr. Hewitt. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the question on the language on lines 9 and 10, the new language, waiver modify statutory examination and training requirements. My specific question is to the training requirements. I read that as saying they could waive, for example, the requirement to have a degree. And so we could get people in quicker here to Wyoming, as opposed to looking at it from, okay, we want to get trained people and get them licensed, because the ability to get the degree has not been affected by this COVID thing. And I'm reluctant to waive that kind of requirement. It looks to me that that language does that.
Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott. So that comes down to the definition of training. And, you know, is earning a degree training? I think that could be a reasonable interpretation of that word. Could it include continuing education? Is that training? I think potentially that could be a reasonable interpretation of that word. Again, it would be up to the board to make a reasonable interpretation of the statute and enforce it.
This is my only opportunity to ever be a doctor. Please don't screw that up for me, Senator Scott. I'm just teasing. I'm going to go to Representative Ayer real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was when Mr. Hewitt was explaining the bill, according to the bill originally, he mentioned 3 licensing boards that were included in 331303. So it wouldn't include all licensing boards. And if he could review those and again for us, that would be helpful, I think.
Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Ayer. So this subsection applies starting on line 4 to boards authorized to establish examination, inspection, permit, or license fees for any profession or occupation regulated under this title. That's Title 33. And so any board under that title that has the authority to establish examination, inspection, permit, or license fees would be subject to this. And then additionally, boards under 1125-105, which is the Wyoming Gaming Commission, 212802, which is the Professional Teaching Standards Board, and 232414, which is the Wyoming Gaming Commission, would be subject to this. So those are all the applicable boards.
Gotcha. Okay, committee, if there's no further questions for Mr. Hewitt, I'm going to go to public comment. Seeing no further questions for Mr. Hewitt, I'm going to go to public comment. First one I've got is Mr. Cromes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think that it was addressed by a number of the members of the committee that issues such as specifically mentioning training and the question around how any temporary licensing or licenses issued under this waiver program would expire. And as I said, I can separately send my thoughts back to LSO, but that's in your inbox for consideration. Certainly, this is something that would seem to apply across the board. And I know that personally, from a physical therapy perspective, it's a big impact for us. But as I understand it, there are many licensed professions that face a very similar problem in the state of Wyoming. So we certainly thank you for the consideration here and pushing this very hard. It's extremely important to our business, and certainly not just as a business, but I'm sure you can appreciate a young graduate doctor hitting the streets with the level of debt that one faces immediately after you finish your 7 or perhaps even longer year program, and immediately have to start facing repayments, and you can't get a job. Or if you do, you get a job as a tech, as a physical therapist tech, which is the same thing that, you can get as a high school student until you're properly licensed. So again, thank you very much for your consideration. I do know that our Wyoming Physical Therapy Association president, Dr. Jamie Everett, is also here and can certainly echo and or add to my comments, but thank you for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Cromes. And I was going to go to Miss Jamie Everett next, or Dr. Dr. Jamie Everett next. Dr. Jamie Everett, please explain to myself and the rest of my committee, why is it that I didn't hear from your board as this being an issue, and why do we got this problem?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am actually not part of the licensure board. I am part of the association. So we represent the profession itself, whereas the licensure board actually represents the public. But we have had this come up in our meetings before. Unfortunately, going through some grueling direct access bill last year, as some of you may recall, we did not bring up this issue so as not to open up our Practice Act. But during this time of COVID, the urgency of this bill is definitely needed. And Mr. Cromes did bring this up to our attention, and so we joined in. And just to kind of echo his last comment was, we do have doctors of physical therapy right now who have graduated in the last 3 months who are unable to take the test and are currently working as techs for a $6 job or not working at all. So the urgency of this is very important. And historically, we have had temporary licenses. And in 2015, that did change. And again, kind of the urgency now is of COVID, but as well as the test is only offered quarterly. So if you cancel one time, which they could possibly cancel again in July, then they have to wait for the next test examination date. So this could go longer than as expected as what we're looking for at this moment.
I apologize, doctor. I thought you were with the board. I was sharpening my axe. Darn
There's
it.
there's a lot of confusion, Mr. Chairman.
You're with the association. All right, gotcha. And I really appreciate you guys putting your weight behind this. And I do have Mr. Crome's suggested amendments. I'm going to go to Representative Clamp. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Everett. So I guess I want to make sure if we need any suggested changes, this bill that we're looking at only applies to a public health emergency. So my thought is that let's say this next month, the public health emergency is over, but let's say, for instance, in your situation, that the test is canceled once again, then it would still leave your colleagues in a similar situation in which they couldn't take the test, and then it would make this, if this bill were to pass, it would make it so it wouldn't be effective anyway because the public health emergency is gone. So I don't know if you have any suggested changes, if this only should be for a public health emergency, if we should be a little more loose, if you have any suggestions on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Everett, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Representative, I agree. I would like to see this more loose. I think, yes, that would be correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Everett? Not seeing anyone. Thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Everett and Mr. Cromes. There's a gentleman sitting that has the label of Nicole Novotny Smith, and I recognize Nicole Novotny Smith, and you're not it.
No, sir, I'm not. She has much better hair than I do. Mr. Chairman, my name is Kevin Bonenblest. I'm the Executive Director of the Board of Medicine. And maybe a few clarifying points. There have been some instances like this. For instance, Physical Therapy Board is under A&I, and so that may be why that hasn't come to light. But I can tell you, speaking for the Board of Medicine, I know the Board of Nursing, Board of Pharmacy, a number of the medical boards, plus a lot of the other licensing boards have done exactly what you want to have happen here. We put into place a licensure exemption. We've got over 1,200 physicians and PAs from out of state who have taken advantage of that. So they don't have to get a Wyoming license, but they're able to provide care. So certainly I think it's good to bring out the idea of, yes, let the boards waive certain requirements, because I don't think there's any board that's refusing to do it. It's that they don't have the statutory authority. And so we really hadn't thought, some of these boards, they can't waive anything, or they don't have a process for a temporary license or whatever, because all the statutes are different. But I think this is a pretty elegant way of dealing with it. But I would really urge you to make it a may, because there are a lot of moving parts to professional licensure that interact with other states, other jurisdictions. And so, and another one would be with payers, for instance, for healthcare. Are they going to recognize somebody who's not yet passed their exams? Are they even going to pay for them? So, but I would say, leave it as a may, because the boards have been very responsive. The governor's office told us right from the get-go, we needed to be responsive, and we have done everything that's been asked of us. And so I would just urge that be sort of your watchword. When Senator Scott spoke in committee number 10 about a week and a half ago, he emphasized that point. And I think it's good, because you all can do the big picture for us. We can take care of the nuts and bolts, but you give us the tool, we can do it. And boards have already shown it. And the governor's office has been great about getting rules through, everything else. So, I had a bunch of other things to talk about with the consolidation study, but I think we've moved on past that. But what I would say is, if you've got questions, I can't speak for other boards, but I can speak to my board in particular, and generally what we do as licensing boards. And I've got colleagues here in the room with me. We're very interested in this. So I hope that's helpful. I hope it's take it in the spirit it's intended, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, I appreciate that, sir, and thank you for your testimony in that regard. Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. So did I misunderstand you, or there's already statutes in place to allow doctors and PAs to work across the border, like from Colorado?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn. Well, normally you're expected to have a license wherever the patient is located. And so if a physician from, say, UC Health in Denver wants to see patients in Wyoming, they have to have a Wyoming license, even if it's by telehealth, because licensure exists to protect the patient, not the provider. But what we put into place was this exemption that already was created in our statute. And the legislature a number of years back went through and created sort of that opening for healthcare boards to be able to issue or waive licensure basically in certain instances. And so we had that ability in our statute, and all we did was put the process in place so that now, for instance, perfect example, we've got 10 abdominal transplant specialists from Anschutz who are now able to see their patients in Wyoming by telehealth. They didn't have to get a license to do that during this public health emergency, and we're going to have it extend the tail period afterwards, 30 or 60 days. The board's still looking at that after the emergency is lifted, to be able to then accommodate transition of care. But that means that their patients who are immunocompromised don't have to go to Colorado. We had over 300 pediatric specialists from University of Utah take advantage of it, so families don't have to go to Utah to get care, and they can still have continuity of care. So there are a lot of these things already in place that it sort of happens in the background. We just not had a chance to report to our committees or anything yet, but that's what we've been doing.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Representative Blackburn.
Yes, sir. I'll give you a real life scenario. My PA in Fort Collins can't do telehealth across the borders. I have to go down and drive across the border and do a phone call with her to check on my health because she can't get licensed up here. Is she missing something, or walk me through that real quick?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Blackburn, can I hazard a guess? Does this person perhaps work with UC Health?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a problem we've been trying to fix, because we have UC Health providers who have taken advantage of this exemption, but it's not gone through the entire system. So I would urge you to have that person call me and we can get them set up. It's been a corporate misunderstanding we've been trying to fix, but that person during this period of time should be able to see you by telehealth. We had one of our own employees took her husband down to a cardiologist with UC Health, and then they told her, all right, when you want to do follow-up, you have to go down to a Starbucks in Fort Collins and you connect there. And the weird part is, Representative, that woman is the one who's been running this program for us, and she tried to explain it to him, and the corporate wouldn't do it. So if you can hook me up with a person, please let me know, because we will get them set up. We get it turned around in 24 hours.
I also think it's important to note too that some practice acts are better than others, and they include language that allows for this type of exemption already, whereas there's some that do not. Physical therapists would be one of them, where they don't have the ability to do what a general practice doctor or a PA are able to do in the regard of an exemption. And it's just because the practice acts are different. I mostly blame us, the legislature, because we're the ones that pass the practice acts and somehow we missed that. Or it was amended in a weird way. All right.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, that's exactly why I think the may language versus the shall is important in this, because if you've seen one licensing act, you've seen one licensing act. They're not all the same. So I think allowing the boards the flexibility is really the best way to go possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any further comments, committee, or questions? Seeing none, is there any other public testimony? Jill, if you're listening, do we have anybody else that wants to testify on this?
I don't show anybody else for this topic.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment then. So this is going to be on this specific piece of legislation. We have one more to go after this, so hold tight, everybody. Committee, what's your pleasure? I think Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move the bill.
Moved by Representative Clem, second by Representative Duncan.
I sound like that.
Jim. All right, committee. I'm going to go to Senator Scott. Senator Scott, do you have any proposed amendments you'd like to run?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And what I'd like to do is read the proposed amendment all the way through and then have a general discussion and see if the chairman really wants me to offer it or whether we're really talking about two separate bills. What it would do would be to remove the guts of this bill and replace it with the following. And I won't read the title, but I'll read the balance of it. It would be a non-codified bill. And section 1 would read, for any occupation for which licensure, certification, or other authorization to practice is required by Wyoming law, the relevant licensing or certifying authority, comma, notwithstanding any provision of its licensure or certification statutes, comma, may, and I would emphasize the may waive any examination or any continuing education requirement if, single I, the examination is not being given or is not practically available due to the COVID-19 pandemic or a different reason or event. And Mr. Chairman, parenthetically, I would say that the reason for that different reason or event is I don't want them to have to prove it's COVID-19. All I need to know is it's not available. 2 little I or 2 little I, continuing education opportunities are not practically available due to the COVID-19 pandemic or other reason or event. Subsection C, subsection B, it would be the relevant licensing or certifying authority may impose reasonable or necessary restrictions or requirements on a license, certification, or practice authority affected by a waiver pursuant to this section. And so that gives, Mr. Chairman, so that gives the board a relevant board authority to put any conditions it wants on. Section C, this section is repealed effective July 1, 2021. Mr. Chairman, and then an immediate effective date. That would be the text of it. You would give a temporary relief, would allow us to do something more permanent at the general session. It would apply to anybody, not just any specific ones, but anybody that's licensing. So it would cover engineers, real estate. I don't know if they've got any problems, but it would cover the lot of them, but it's very strictly may, and it gives the board authority to put on any restrictions that it needs to or conditions. It would not be dependent on our declaration of an emergency. It would be just for a limited time period. And because the ability to take the exam is probably not got anything to do with the emergency here, it's the emergencies elsewhere that prevent the exam from being available. And that may be also true of some of the continuing education. And it's really designed to give the licensure boards authority outside their own statutes with that notwithstanding provision so that they can deal sensibly with the issues that come up. Now, it wouldn't apply to somebody like the Board of Medicine whose current statutes are adequate. It would apply, which the existing draft does not, to the problem the Physical Therapy Board has, and to any similar boards. And some boards might use it for the basic licensure for the new grads. Some might use it because their continuing education simply, it's not adequately available and they can't get at it. I would say that Director Aubrey of the LSO commented about that practical language. It's not defined and not intended to be defined. It's intended to be a permission for the boards to use a little common sense and what really is available. And yeah, if you got to go to Phoenix or something to get the continuing education, that may not be available in Wyoming under these circumstances. So you need that ability to be sensible. So it's very permissive, but it clearly gives the boards the ability to deal with the current crisis, and that's what it's intended to do.
Let me go to Mr. Hewitt first. Ted, if you're there. Thank you. Do you have the text of this language? I don't want to ask Senator Scott to email it to everybody. You do?
Chairman, I do have the text. I can email it out to the committee right now if that's what you'd like to have.
Please do.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
I'll
Ted.
email section 1 of Senator Scott's bill draft, which is the language he read out.
Okay.
I'll send that in a minute or so.
I think, yeah, I think committee, you know, I think this is definitely probably a good route for a temporary fix, but that doesn't fix the permanent solution. And I also somewhat detest the May language, just because I think if the boards needed flexibility, we could trust them with that. Some of these boards have done a great job, others not so much. Representative Duncan, go ahead.
First, Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, and then I will like to discuss it.
Yeah, well, and I don't think Senator Scott ever actually said he moved it. Do you want to move that, Senator Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to move it? You're the chairman.
Chairman Landon, what are your thoughts? That's pretty substantial.
You know, it is substantial, Mr. Chairman. I kind of like the concept of moving this forward on a temporary basis, and then the Corporations Committee having the next meeting to really draft something for the next session that is permanent. So I'm kind of intrigued by that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I think that's a good way to proceed. What I'm going to do is move that we amend this into the draft we've got before us, and then suggest we carry the draft we've got before us forward to the next meeting as working on a permanent fix, which I would much prefer Committee 7 to do.
Okay. Representative Duncan, is that a second?
Reluctantly a second, yes, sir. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
A couple of comments. One is this is great for the health industry. However, it's not going to do anything for it doesn't help the businesses that have minimum performance standards. So we still need to discuss that portion of it. And this doesn't address, if we move this forward for our next meeting, it doesn't address that we need the help now. And it doesn't fix that we need the help now. So that's my issue. That's my issue there. So I still have an amendment that we can discuss in a few minutes that I think will address those minimum performance standards businesses, that hopefully will address that. But we still need to address the issue that we need to help those businesses that are suffering, and these people that are suffering now.
I agree, Representative Duncan. I think fortunately we will be able to, if we can get this into the next special session, which I don't doubt that we will be able to. I think we will. There will be another opportunity for amendments. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we can be a little creative about the title, I haven't seen Representative Duncan's proposed amendment, but if she's going to give permissive authority to waive other requirements in the law, I think we could probably put this into this bill and have a stronger case to persuade the management council that the next special session, this one needs to be in the agenda.
Okay. Any other comments, committee? Any, so we've got a proposed amendment on the table. You should all have that in your email inbox at this time. Is there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, if all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Amendment carries. Okay, so we are officially, we have an official modified piece of legislation. Mr. Hewitt, did you have a question? No? Okay. Representative Duncan, go ahead.
I'd like to move my amendment that I sent last night to everybody.
Okay. Will you just, yeah, go ahead. Is there a second on that for discussion? Second by Senator Nethercott. Go ahead and explain your amendment, Representative Duncan.
Okay, so the proposed language of the original bill is good. It just doesn't do enough, as we've discussed earlier. It only addresses the examination and the training requirements, which Senator Scott also discussed. So my amendment is proposing, so I'm proposing an amendment. The three examples of why we need to expand it to the minimum performance requirements are that the Wyoming's infant craft brew industry has a minimum number of gallons that they must brew. Due to the pandemic and the shutdown of the bars and restaurants, the demand was substantially lessened and therefore must be challenged to some to obtain the minimum number of gallons. In the Horse Racing and the Gaming Commission sets rules the minimum number of days in which they currently is 16. A permittee must run to qualify their off-track betting parlor licenses. So because of that shortened season, one operator will only, and finally, the club liquor license, they have to maintain a minimum of 100 members. And due to the pandemic, their membership drops to 99. They could lose their license. There are probably examples of other businesses that may equally be impacted. And so the amendment expands the language to include minimum performance requirements. And then it changes the statutory reference for parimutuel to the correct one. Where there's a minimum number of days is addressed, which is 11-25-104M, not 105, and it brings in the liquor license under 12-206, and it changes the permissive may to shall if requested by the permittee or license holder. I believe these changes will strengthen the bill, and
I do think we've got a problem, though, Representative. Yes. With the way it's been amended now, I don't know that that amendment fits, because that actually amends statute versus the way it's been amended now by Senator Scott's amendment. That's all non-codified language.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think we can accommodate what she wants. I think you simply make what she's asking and I haven't seen her language, so I'm a little at a disadvantage here, but I think you simply make it into a non-codified section, it's subject to that sunset date. Right. Let me give you the title. I think the bill you would put on the bill to carry it. It would read, an act to provide relief from statutory requirements impractical due to the COVID-19 public health crisis. And then you would talk about providing relief from the licensure requirements. You talk about the things that she specifically I think you can put it all into one bill, and I think it would be a stronger bill because it would solve the problem more broadly.
I agree. We just don't have that language right now. Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of things. I wondered if we couldn't make that a conceptual amendment, which would fit Senator Scott's amended language into the bill, and just see if Mr. Hewitt could work that in. The second thing that I did want to point out to the committee, I've received an email from the director of our parimutuel agency, and they do have the ability to modify race days and do some other things. So there seems to be some question. We can certainly write it in there, but it sounds like they have the capability that we're discussing right now. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The problem with that, Mr. Co-Chairman, is that there's a may versus a shall, and you need to have the for good cause and the shall, because you've got some of these boards in there that you've got some conflicting personalities, you've got some power plays in there with some of these boards, and you really got to protect these business owners, as we discussed earlier with the local fights between business owners. And you've got some real dangers here of some people having all the power over some of these businesses. So you really have to be careful when we're protecting these boards. Are these boards really going to be okay and really protect these businesses who have been closed down? Are they really going to? So we really have to be careful when we have the words may with these licensing boards, because are they really truly going to protect? So it's out there. There's always some bad actors and good actors, and we just have to be careful when there's there's high dollar values and risks out there. So we just have to be careful. I just want to point that out.
Who wants to make a motion in regards to a conceptual amendment to adopt Representative Duncan's language into the new bill? Co-Chairman Landon, was that you?
That is a movement, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Scott. Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman.
Hang on a sec, Senator. Mr. Hewitt. Is that going to be a possibility for you to be able to accomplish? And if so, I guess would it be acceptable to the committee to allow the co-chairman to double check that before it goes out publicly? Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly think it would be possible. So what we're looking at is allowing boards the authority to waive or modify statutory minimum performance requirements for renewing or receiving a permit that's not necessarily a permit for an occupation or a license for an occupation, but other permits in essence.
Correct.
Yes, that's possible.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a little bit of a conflict in notion here. We've got a previous motion that the committee adopted, which has may in there as the qualifier for the entire bill, really. And the good representative from Goshen County sounds pretty adamant in terms of wanting the word shall in there.
Mr. Chairman.
For me, I would be a lot more comfortable to fold it underneath the motion that we've already passed, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what I would suggest is we're going to have two sections, one of which will be the licensure board one we just adopted that would have a may in it. And frankly, I think that the licensure boards are subject to sufficient pressure from their fellow professionals, so they'll be sensible. I'm not worried about a shall there. Think for some of the business things, Representative Duncan is making a good argument that we need a shall there. So I think we have a second section that is a shall if we adopt her amendment. And then I would suggest the sunset date applies to both of them, so that we're dealing with the current crisis and not doing any permanent harm till we've had a chance to think about it.
Okay, so let me just clarify really quick. I'm going to pull this all in together. Okay, so the proposed amendment, and this was proposed by Co-Chairman Landon, second by Senator Scott, is to adopt the language from Representative Duncan's proposed amendment to our prior legislation that we had looked at. And this ideology of an amendment will be drafted by Mr. Hewitt, approved by the co-chairman, and shall include the word shall for that second section. Is that correct, everyone?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yes, with the addition that the sunset ought to apply to both of them.
Correct. Correct. Representative Ayer, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I got to say that I think I agree with Co-Chairman Landon. I think May is better, and when we heard earlier testimony from Mike Mosier and the Liquor Commission, they've already made provision to reduce those requirements for 4 months based on the closures due to the COVID pandemic. So I think we can give a little leeway to these boards. Leave it like it is with Senator Scott's amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what I would suggest then for Representative Ayer is why don't you move to amend Representative Duncan's amendment to say may instead of shall, and we'll vote it up or vote it down one way or the other.
Right.
And then we can proceed with the amendment.
Correct. Is that a motion, Representative Ayer?
No, I was just arguing against the amendment, against Senator or Representative Duncan's amendment.
Gotcha. Any further comments in regards to the proposed amendment? Does anyone have any questions? Want me to repeat the ideology behind it? Think we're all square?
Question.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries. Amendment is adopted. All right, and that was a 8-4 is what I counted. Representative Clem is not available, and I didn't vote because I didn't have to for the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, why did Representative Duncan vote against her own amendment?
I don't know. I was kind of confused about that. Would you like to explain your vote, Representative Duncan?
No,
Did something change?
No, I was voting against the changing it to a may.
Well, you voted wrong because it's a shall right now, and that's what you just voted against. It got confusing. It did get confusing. Representative Ayer never made his motion to make it a may.
I'm so lost right now.
Okay.
I thought I was voting against the may.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So where we're at and what has just been adopted is the language supplied by Senator Scott from the Health Committee that is non-codified language specifically for the COVID-19 crisis that was adopted previously. Mr. Hewitt is going to draft legislation that mirrors that for the purpose of these other types of organizations and boards based on their situation. And that is to be a shall. And that both will expire July 1st, 2021. Is that correct, Senator
Chairman?
Scott? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, is it all one bill, or have you got two bills now?
One bill. Section one, section two. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're close, and I would call question on the bill, and then I would have another motion after that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Was there any other comments or questions on the legislation? Seeing none. All right. And this will be for final sponsorship. Okay. So LSO, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, before we call the roll, this is for final sponsorship at a special session.
Correct.
If we can.
Correct. Yep, Senator Scott. And as soon as, if this does pass, that'll be Chairman Landon and my job will be getting a hold of leadership and making sure that it's a priority for them.
Yeah, and we'll help.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
I know somebody on management council, and I'm pretty confident we can get it in the mix.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman. All right, LSO, please call the roll.
Senator Case.
No.
Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Edwards. Representative Edwards.
I don't think he's got his earbuds in. Oh, he's working on it.
Representative Edwards, how do you vote?
You've got a, yeah, I think that's an aye.
That's an aye. All right. Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Lindo.
Aye.
All right, very good. That will be.
What's the total on that, Ted? What's the vote?
The vote is 12-1.
Perfect. It should be 13-1. Or do we still have someone absent?
Excuse me, 13-1.
Perfect. Okay. And committee, your co-chairman will be looking at that, looking at this bill before it goes anywhere. I really appreciate everybody's hard work. That was a lot of testimony. Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that we carry forward 20 LSO 736 to our next meeting. And
do you want to make that the other piece of legislation too? Universal licensure one?
I would move that both of those bills be moved forward to the next meeting. Both, of course, might undergo modification between now and then, but we'll have plenty of time to be posted to the public. But that's the reason for my motion. We'll move them to the next meeting. That's
Is there a second? Oh, Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. Would it be okay to create a new LSO number for 736 as 736 is going to the special session?
Absolutely. That's what I meant, Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you.
Let me get a second on Chairman Landon's. I got a second from Representative Ayer. Perfect. Any comments or questions in regards to those two pieces of legislation going forward to the next meeting? That was like my favorite bill that's going forward to the next meeting too. It's kind of heartbreaking. Saying none.
Mr. Chairman, I like the bill too, and I want the committee to have time to work on it. So
agreed. Yeah. Really appreciate everybody's hard work there. So all those in favor of Chairman Landon's motion, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries. Okay. So that, yep, go ahead, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Hewitt, if you want that language on the title, give me a call after we're done here this afternoon. If you don't need it, don't bother.
Senator, thank you.
Maybe he just wants to talk to you, Senator. All right. We're moving on to the next topic. Unless everybody, do you need a break real quick, folks?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break. Let's be back at 3:35. So please turn off your video and your audio, and we'll be back at 3:35, or not 3:38. Sorry, 3:38. Okay, I think we're getting back. Mr. Hewitt, did you have something?
Getting ready for the next topic.
Perfect. We're at 5. Not counting Representative Blackburn. I can never tell if he's there or not. He blends in. 6. We're getting there. 7. 8, 9. Perfect. Okay, we can start. Go ahead and our next topic is powers of state and county health officers. Mr. Hewitt, please begin. Yep, nobody can hear you, Ted. You're muted.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thought about letting you just go for a while, but I mean,
such are the hazards of living in a Zoom world. All right. So before we get into the requested bill draft on public health orders, I'd like to run through a few relevant statutes on the governor's authority, the Department of Health and the state health officer's authority, and county health officers' authorities. So I'm going to share my screen with you all. All right, so is everybody seeing that?
Yeah, looks good, Ted.
All right, very good. So we'll start with the governor's authority, and the governor has the authority to declare a public health emergency under 35.4.115A1. We discussed this with respect to the last bill. The governor declares the start of the emergency, and the governor declares the end of the emergency. And you can see the definition, or at least most of it, there on the slide. And so when the governor makes the declaration of the public health emergency, what are the effects? So there are several effects. One is it expands the authority of the Department of Health and State Health Officer to address the emergency. So this includes the ability to prescribe treatments en masse for the contagion or the disease. It expands state health officers' authority to issue quarantine orders under 35.4.103, which we'll get into later. And it expands the state health officers' authority to dispose of human remains. Additionally, as has been discussed at length, it expands the authority of healthcare provider boards to issue licenses. So those licenses can be issued to retired healthcare providers, inactive healthcare providers, and those are licensed in other states. And then the declaration also provides immunity to healthcare providers and other people, including business entities, who follow the instructions of the state health officer or local health officer, or who acts in good faith in responding to a public health emergency. That's in 35.4.114, which was amended in the most recent special session. All right, next getting into 35.1.240. This is the authority that the Department of Health has to be executed by the state health officer or by employees of the Department of Health. And you can see 3 important provisions here. The first, to investigate and control the causes of disease affecting the public health, establishing and maintaining quarantines and isolations to protect the public health, and to close theaters, schools, and other public places, and to forbid gatherings. All right, next I'll note that decisions of the Department of Health are reviewable in district court. You don't have to go through the Office of Administrative Hearings. You can go directly to district court. So if you're a person who's been aggrieved or affected by a department decision, you're entitled to judicial review. Actions have to be brought within 30 days of the decision. and decisions can be reversed or modified by the court if the decision was in violation of constitutional rights, in violation of statute, if it was made or promulgated under unlawful procedure, if it was unsupported by substantial evidence, or if it was arbitrary or capricious. Next, I want to get into the statutes on communicable diseases. So this is Article 4 in Title 35. And these statutes go way back. And I want to start with the definition of quarantine. And you can see it here. It's a bit lengthy on the slide, so I apologize for that. But the gist of it is that quarantine means isolating individuals from others, isolating groups from others, isolating geographic areas. And the scope of quarantine can be expanded during public health emergencies of unknown effect. All right, so we have the definition of quarantine. 35.4.103 provides authority to the state health officer and county health officers to issue quarantines. This statute, 35.4.103, is quite lengthy and it's a bit complicated. I just want to highlight a few pieces that I think are important. The state health officer can order county health officers to declare quarantines. County health officers can restrict the movement of people to prevent the spread of disease. They can control the population, cities, towns, or other places to protect people and the spread of disease. And this statute also provides authority to the state health officer to impose a state quarantine to prevent people moving from inside the state to outside of it, or vice versa.
So, Mr. Hewitt, in the way the statutes are currently written, is it your opinion that the state health officer has the authority to, I guess I didn't really see it in the definition of quarantine, where the state health officer could mandate that a person stay in one location?
Well, let me go back to that definition. And so the definition includes physical separation and confinement of an individual or group of individuals who may have been exposed to or is reasonably believed to be infected with a contagious disease. So I guess that comes down to confinement. And, you know, what's the scope of that? You know, that would be up to the executive branch to make that call on you know, what any limits are to that, that authority.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we've gone through 103. Quarantine orders are subject to challenge under 35.4.112. And the state health officer has to be provided notice of the appeal, and the court can conduct a hearing on the appeal. Burden of proof on the need for the quarantine is with the state health officer, except in cases of bona fide scientific or medical uncertainty, in which case the court shall give deference to the professional judgment of the state health officer. The quarantine person can overcome their burden by a preponderance of the evidence standard. And finally, one additional layer on all of this, there are different local entities at issue here that have authority. Cities, counties can create health departments. They can merge together to create district health departments. They have statutorily created boards, rulemaking authority, and they can appoint local health officers. And city and district health officers have all powers vested by law in county health officers. So in 35.4.101 through the end of that article, it's my reading that
Representative Ayer, go ahead real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted, we've talked about this generally in terms of those who have either been infected or reasonably thought to be infected with a pandemic or a disease, being separated from the general public. Do you think that extends to the general public being separated from from others when there has been no strong evidence that the infection is widespread?
Go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ayer, so the question is, does the state have the authority to confine healthy people? Is that the question?
I think that's a fair summation. Yeah, he's nodding his head. Go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would point to a couple things, and I'm going to go back to 35.1.240. And the first bullet point, and I'm not saying yes or no to the question. Certainly, not my role, and I don't think I'm capable of answering that question
Sure.
right now. But I want to point to the provisions that I think are relevant. So to investigate and control the cause of epidemic affecting public health. Maybe there's some authority there to control folks, from going place to place. And then also the quarantine order authority in 35.1.240A3, which is the second bullet point there, but also the quarantine authority under 35.4.103. And let me go forward to that. And I'll point to C specifically. And so C applies when there's a public health emergency of unknown effect that has occurred or is reasonably believed to have occurred. And the authority there includes physical separation and confinement of an individual or group of individuals where this public health emergency of unknown effect is going on. So that might include, controlling the healthy population. There are constitutional questions on top of this.
Right.
And so that's a whole nother overlay. And if you want to get into a bit of the federal constitutional rights and the state constitutional rights, that's a whole nother discussion. But those are the relevant. Pardon?
That's good. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does that finish off your presentation, Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Chairman, that's it. I know Mr. Riemann has additional information for the committee. This is a complex area of law. I look forward to hearing from other folks about this topic.
Perfect. Any further questions for Mr. Hewitt? Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep,
yeah.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment, Committee 10 after the 9/11 incident took a careful look through these statutes. As Mr. Hewitt pointed out, some of them go way back, and turns out they were written by people with practical experience with communicable diseases we did not have treatments for at that time. And frankly, we decided not to recommend any changes. Committee is planning an after action review going forward, currently scheduled for August, but I think we may be too optimistic as to when the COVID-19 thing is going to be well enough over so we can do that. But that's just wanted to bring you up to date with that particular bit of history.
Perfect. Committee, any other questions for Mr. Hewitt? Seeing none. Oh, yep, Representative Ayer, go ahead.
Sorry, another question. I just, did Ted send that slide presentation out to us yet?
Mr. Hewitt?
I haven't seen it.
No, Mr. Chairman, that has not been sent out. We can certainly put it on the committee meeting materials and include it in the minutes for the meeting.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Any other questions for Mr. Hewitt? Seeing none. Okay, we're gonna now go to Well, we've got this draft legislation. Actually, why don't, Mr. Hewitt, why don't you go ahead and present that draft legislation first, and then we'll go to public comment.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So the draft legislation requested for this meeting is 20 LSO 721 Working Draft .4. It's titled Public Health Orders 2, and it imposes limitations on public health orders that I referenced in the presentation. So public health orders issued under 35.1.240 A 2, 3, or 4, or 35.4.103 that require the closure of public or private buildings, facilities, or other places, or forbid gatherings are limited under this language. So they would be limited to 15 days unless they're ratified. And so for state orders, the legislature could ratify them. They could be ratified more than one time. For county health officer orders that exceed state health officer orders, they could be ratified by the county commissioners. On page 2 of the bill, subsection A sets up the process for the state health orders. At the bottom of page 2, subsection B sets up the process for these county health orders. And then subsection C on page 3 specifies more clearly which orders these limitations are applicable to. So the limitations would apply to these public health orders that exceed 15 days, or if combined together 2 or more orders with a similar substance exceed 15 days. So those would be the orders that would be limited by this legislation. And then, Mr. Chairman, starting at the bottom of page 3, really on to page 7, the bill is conforming amendments to conform 35.1.240, just to make clear that these limitations apply to the authority provided in those provisions. And it also applies to 35.4.103, and that conforming amendment is made on page 7. And then section 3 is the effective date and would be effective immediately. And I will note that the draft doesn't include any reference to orders of city health officers. And so I think it may make sense if the committee wants to pursue this to create a process for orders of a city health officer and perhaps district health officers as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And for the committee's edification, there was a memo passed out by LSO in regards to some of the constitutional issues with this legislation. And that was sent out yesterday. There is a proposed amendment that you should have in your inbox also that clears up some of those constitutional issues. We like to call it the soft touch. It's not such a brunt hammer, but it will stand up in court a little bit better as the ideology. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, question for the chairman. What's your intention with this bill? Are we going to discuss it and carry it forward? Do you want to try, is that as far as we're going? Or are you going to try for something more?
Yeah, the intent, Senator Scott, this was assigned to us by Management Council to have prepped and ready for a special session, if it is passed.
Mr. Chairman, I would strongly urge us not to do anything like that because we have not given adequate public notice. There was the agenda did not include any indication there was going to be legislation. The legislation showed up in the packet, and I think this is going to be extraordinarily controversial. And I suspect most of the affected interests have no idea it even exists or that the committee might be considering it due to the lack of notice. So I would think that trying to take it forward to a special session at this point is inappropriate.
Chairman Lannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a point of clarification, I think that I can represent on behalf of the Management Council, this topic did not necessarily include that we would modify the authority of the state health officer or any of our county health officers. It was merely a request by the Management Council to our Corporations Committee that we look at this topic and discuss and see if there's any changes that we might want to recommend back to the legislature. So it more general in scope and not necessarily specific to this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd be adamant with Senator Scott that we not try to put this through in a special session. And mine is really more procedural. He's totally correct about the notice, but I also think that we demonstrated with our last special session that a public process was shortchanged a bit by necessity. This is not an emergency. It deals with an emergency, I agree, but it's an emergency that's unwinding across our state, thankfully so. And I think we could take more time and be thoughtful about this. I definitely would like to move some legislation forward. I would like to think about, checks and balances in a system and more about the constitutionality. But I want to do that carefully and I want to take some time. And I think all of us need to put this in perspective from the events that we're just up to our ears in right now to make good legislation. So I'd hope we'd think about this in terms of the general session. Truly, that's what I would hope.
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe if I remember correctly, when I listened into the Management Council, that was like number 4 or 5 on their possible projects. Possible would mean to me that we could probably move this down until a later date rather than have it ready for a special session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree. I think this is probably something that shouldn't be rushed, although I'd like to take care of it at a special session. Believe me, I would. I think that this does call for us to be more thoughtful in how we approach this, depending on where we are at with special sessions, I should say. There may be the opportunity to bring that at a special session, particularly if we had one in September. I don't know if this committee would meet prior to then, but being that as it is, I like parts of this bill. They appeal to me, as the committee well knows as well. I sent out a alternative bill, and Mr. Chairman, if you feel there's an appropriate time to present that, I will. But it's essentially it's a similar bill. It's Public Health Orders number 3, although it takes a different tact in that it uses the judiciary to provide those checks and balances and maintain those constitutional rights versus the legislature. And it does deal with the issue of local health officers as well. So, Mr. Chairman, if at any point you feel that that's appropriate, I'd be glad to present that bill as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Clem. Yeah, I think once we, actually, why don't we go ahead and do it now, and then that way public comment can kind of run herd on everything. Oh, you're muted now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if that's fine by you, I'll go ahead and share my screen if I can do that. I do have the bill there right on my screen, and of course I sent it to you all as well. But let's see if I can go ahead and do this here real quick. Let me find the one that I'm looking for. I think this is the one. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. All right, so how to get out of there, stop share. Give me just a moment, Mr. Chairman. Here we go. All right, Mr. Chairman, so this is Public Health Orders 3. And what this does, the Section 1, it creates a new provision in the law, which is 35-1230, Public Health Order Limitation Extensions by District Court. It creates 2 subsections. You have a subsection A and a subsection B. These have to do with the respective district or local health officers. So the first has to do with the district or the state health officer And it simply reads, unless authorized by a district court under subsection C of this section, the state health officer or other employee of the Department of Health shall not issue an order under Wyoming statutes, and you see them there for more than 21 days. So essentially what it does is it says the state health officer or county health officer can continue to act as they've always have been, only that their orders are only good for up to 21 days. Now, there was a little bit of confusion, and it was on my part with Ted. He drafted this legislation. I originally wanted that to be 14 days with an extension of up to 21 days. But again, this is all theoretical at this point. So the point is that they would be able to act unhindered for a period of time, whether that's 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And it goes on to say, what are these limitations here that they can do for 21 days? And they can do the things that they've done before, restricting a person's ability to travel from place to place, limit or forbids gatherings, closes or restricts operations of businesses, theaters, schools, or other public-private places. Subsection B is the exact same thing, only this pertains to a local health officer. So no local health officer shall issue an order under these Wyoming statutes and you see the restriction there. This is where subsection C steps in. So subsection C allows for these health orders to be extended under certain circumstances. It says the state health officer or local health officer may petition a district court to authorize an extension of an order subject to the limitations contained in subsection A or B of this section, as applicable in accordance with terms of this subsection. A court may make any interested person a party to the case. The court may hold a hearing on the merits of the petition. If the court finds by preponderance of the evidence, and again, I'm going back to previous law, and if a person who's aggrieved, they can go to court and they can show by preponderance of the evidence that the order should not pertain to them. So we're using kind of the reverse concept here that the state health officer has to show by preponderance of the evidence that and that the order is reasonably necessary to protect the public health, and the order uses the least restrictive means necessary to protect the public health. The court shall authorize an extension of the order for not more than 21 additional days. I inserted that language that uses the least restrictive means necessary. That's actually taken from Title 14, which is our children's statutes. And that happens pertaining to treatment options for kids, that it should be the least restrictive means necessary. And given people's constitutional rights, especially under such broad sweeping powers in health orders, I found that it was prudent that if these orders are going to be extended, that the court should find that it uses the least restrictive means necessary in order to protect the public health. I think that's just a reasonable thing to do. So in other words, the court shouldn't allow a very heavy-handed approach if it's not necessary in order to protect those constitutional rights. In the case of a bona fide scientific or medical uncertainty, the court shall give deference to the professional judgment of the state health officer or local health officer. A district court may authorize an extension of more than one time. So multiple extensions could be granted if the evidence was there to show that. Subsection 2 just is conforming amendments. So we go into the existing statute in 35-1-240. And we just say subject to the new statute in these provisions here. The same thing in 35-4-103, which is the quarantine statute again. It just makes this this provision subject, or this provision subject to the new provision that was created. There is a couple of additions here that I want to show the committee, though, just so that they're aware of. I did remove some language as I was drafting this. The first you can see is on lines 15 and 16. The county health officer or department may employ a sufficient number of police officers. The stricken language is who shall be under the control of the county health officer. My feeling is that police officers should not be under the control of any county health officer, but they should still be able to be employed. So I just used that language and struck that out to enforce and carry out any quarantine regulations the department may prescribe. I still think that local control applies, and again, was a little bit wary of putting our police officers under the control of a health officer. And then moving on, you can see there at the bottom, orders imposed under the section are subject to the newly created statute. The same thing with the right of appeal to quarantine, subject to the new Wyoming statute. And the other thing that I did here is you'll see there's a repealer. This is 35.4.106. And again, I'm totally fine if people wanted to change any of this, if this bill were to move forward. But what this has to do is this has to do with forced vaccinations in regards to smallpox. Of course, smallpox is not something that we're worried about in this day and age. And I thought really what it did is it forced people to have the vaccination or you would receive a fine. And felt that that was antiquated language, that we shouldn't be fining people for refusing vaccinations. And so repealed that provision in the law. That's essentially the bill. And again, those are maybe some more controversial pieces of that. But the meat of it is that newly created section that inserts district court to really be a check and a balance, to be a gatekeeper, if you will, for people's constitutional rights, so that there is some check on the power that we've given this individual. And as everybody knows, there's really no limitation to what the state health officer can do under our current statutes. So there should be some reasonable check to preserve people's constitutional rights. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Representative Clem? Seeing none. I do think it's important to note that this isn't something new and wild that Wyoming's thinking about doing in regards to these two pieces of legislation. The majority of states have something in this regard as a check on the executive. And that data can be found on, I think NCSL has some data on that. That's kind of interesting. But anyways, let's get to public comment, because I know we've got a lot of people waiting, and I think we've got Mr. Bremen with the County Commissioners Association up first. I'll admit him in, and we had video for a little bit on Mr. Bremen. There it is. Now he's just got to unmute. How's the leg, Mr. Bremen? You doing better?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm well. I'm now cleared to resume normal activity. So thank you.
Awesome. Okay, Mr. Bremen, please present.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I did send out a slide deck this morning. I do apologize for the lateness of that. I had initially thought I might provide a presentation and thought I would go in a narrative, but as I moved along, it felt more appropriate to put that forward to you. So, Mr. Chairman, if you want to share that, or I can pull it on mine.
Yeah, I can share it. Hang on. Okay. Let me share real quick here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's an older version. I sent one this morning that's specific to this meeting.
Yeah, darn it. See if you can go ahead and share, Mr. Raymond, instead of me hunting for it.
I'm glad we all can share.
Sharing is caring.
Can you see that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just for your records, I'm Jeremiah Riemann. I'm here on behalf of Wyoming County Commissioners. I thought it was important to run through the powers of the county health officer in particular. And some of this will be duplicative of what Ms. Hewitt put forward, but I'll certainly try and move forward through that quickly. As important as it is to kind of point out the powers of the county health officer, I also think it's as important for me to note the limitations of the Board of County Commissioners as it relates to those individuals across the state and this particular issue. So with that, Mr. Hewitt did talk a little bit about counties with health departments versus those without health departments. And just quickly, as it relates to counties with health departments, of which I've noted 5 of them on the screen for you, the local Board of Health actually makes the appointment of the full or part-time public health officer. That is not an individual that is appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. And then as it relates to county health departments, the Board of County Commissioners do have the ability to remove or fill vacancies on that local board, either from the city or from the county, depending on the position in which they recommend or represent. And the body itself, the Board of County Commissioners, in this instance, from my side, can remove members. The statute 35-1-302 indicates that has to be for cause for those individuals. In comparison, counties without health departments, it is the Board of County Commissioners that does make that appointment of the health officer. And their appointments provided in statute are 4 years unless removed by the Board of County Commissioners. So you'll notice that there's a difference. There's a term here there wasn't with the health department. There is the ability to remove that county health officer from the Board of County Commissioners. It's not as restrictive in terms of for cause as it is in the other instance. So a little bit of a difference between those two ways of getting to, in particular, a county health officer. This next slide, I wanted to go through and just note a few things about that county health officer. They do have to have a doctor of medicine, and I'll come back to that particular topic.
I think it's important to note, Jeremiah, that your slides are not changing.
Yeah, that was going to be my point.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's
we've got your PDF up. You're on a PDF, but I think you might have Microsoft PowerPoint open on another slide, but you're not sharing that. You're sharing the PDF.
Let me try and make that change here.
I thought I was spacing out, Mr. Chairman.
Me too.
Let me see if I can.
Mr. Chairman, I sent that to you. You have it on your email.
Yes, sir. Thank you. If you want, Jeremiah, you've got your PDF file up. You can just scroll on that.
Well, I thought I was, so I want to make sure that I get to a file that is scrolling for you.
We're all having to become much more savvy with our computers.
Right.
It's wonderful to see young people having a problem with it.
Is this scrolling now?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, as I was mentioning, the county health officer does have to be a doctor of medicine. I'll come back to that issue a little bit later as it relates to one of my counties. Second, the statutes do provide that they shall assist the Department of Health in carrying out its provision. That's a more broad provision, but the next piece that I have there relates to these public health emergencies. And in particular, I wanted to go down to the bottom there where it says that the state health officers' regulations are shall be of force and binding upon the county health officer. So I mentioned you know, the role that the county commissioners may or may not have in appointing these individuals or being able to remove them. Once it moves beyond that, those two particular pieces of law, the Board of County Commissioners really has no power over a county health officer in our current statutory framework. So, Mr. Chairman, going to the next slide, I'm not going to dwell on this. Mr. Hewitt talked about some of those powers of the Department of Health, and second here is a bit more about that county quarantine and the power that the state health officer has to direct the county health officer.
Mr. Chairman,
quarantine situation.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we're off track again, but we are enjoying your email, Jeremiah.
Well, it's weird.
Good job.
Is it back?
Yep. I think it's your mouse straying away on you is the issue.
Well, I was actually, I moved the document to a different screen so that I could review it a little more clearly and look at you than looking sideways. So I apologize. I will leave it where it's at. So, Mr. Chairman, the next slide does go to enforcement, and you did hear Mr. Hewitt talk about this, as well as Representative Clem, that the county health officer does have the power to employ a police force, and this is something that has really been a bit of a rub in the system. You know, as it stands currently in our state, enforcement of these health orders has been assumed to fall to local law enforcement, whether they might agree with things or not. And for the most part, that system has worked, and our sheriffs, our police departments have tried to work within the health orders, but it's certainly, again, caused strain, not only for law enforcement, but also for county commissioners who are now being asked to enforce rules that they had no part in developing in most instances. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to talk a little bit about countywide variances, because I know throughout this, or in part this pandemic response, you've heard that there's the ability for a county to request a variance. And what I will suggest to you is that outside of a 2-week period, no county variances have been afforded to local governments, with the exception of the more restrictive order that was put in place in Teton County. So if you look at the last 2 weeks and the current orders that the governor has announced are going to be extended, although with some modifications, there is little contemplation for a county-wide variance in that system. This is the outline that the Department of Health put forward in terms of how a county-wide variance might be achieved. And the only place in that guidance where county commissioners are ever referenced is in the first step, where there is to be a local discussion about what those orders might look like. So we have seen in some counties where the county health officer has moved forward with a less restrictive, perhaps, order, but not one that the county commissioners might have been more favorable to in that instance. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood this process, but I would suggest that this only really existed and was used during that 2-week period about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just talk a little bit about what I have heard from my members relative to this topic and relative to the bill that is before you. First, I want to suggest that I have not reached the threshold where I could tell you that we have a position on the bill. I'm trying to get to that as quickly as possible. But what I have heard, first of all, is that most counties related having a rather positive working relationship with their county health officer. But that's not a universal thing. There have been many counties that have expressed frustration, many of the counties that you all represent. And those seem to revolve around, one, a lack of communication and not sharing data sets that were otherwise important in making the decisions, not helping to communicate the need for a particular order. And there's also, of course, been that frustration that commissioners have no, or at least very limited authority to influence local public policy, yet commissioners feel they bore unjustifiable blame in many instances of some of the local orders, or perhaps even the state order. As it relates to the first bullet point that I have there, most commissioners believe that they should have some role, that there should be some accountability in the system when it comes to county health orders and even state health orders that otherwise might be imposed in their communities. They're just simply not, based on a lot of my conversations, certain what that should look like. And so I am interested in this notion that we need to work as a group to get this right over some time. There are a lot of commissioners that do support the concepts that I saw in the bill, or they saw in the bill that was available. I think that many of them would be favorable to parts of what Representative Clem has put forward. I would suggest that least restrictive means standard is a positive one. That is something that I've heard. I've also heard that some commissioners are concerned about the liability that they might bear relative to public health concerns, given that they themselves are not experts in most cases when it comes to public health emergencies and the like. I had one commissioner that suggested we should never have a public health order. We should always have public health recommendations so that the general public can make an informed decision about what the best approach is to the existing situation. I have one county, and I mentioned the appointment of those individuals, who they are, and as it states in statute, they do have to have they have to be a doctor of medicine. I had one county early on in particular that had a strained relationship because their county health officer has a day job. They have responsibility in the healthcare system, to the hospital, to some other entity, and the added burden of this public health emergency really caused a strain in being able to react to emergency in their community. And I don't know if that's something that needs to be addressed in statute or if that's a county issue, but it did come up. It certainly resonated with other commissioners. There are, of course, and I'm hearkening back to that least restrictive means standard that was referenced. There's a concern that the county health officer is very focused on the public health emergency, and often, and in most cases, isn't considering what role economics or social realities in a particular community might have in that decision-making process. I mentioned, and I've got up here in the second bullet point, that need for enhanced data and information sharing with commissioners. That was really one of the greatest contentions where we had both the state health officer and the county health officer not able to, in some situations, to share data with county commissioners out of fear that that might violate some health statute. And so that became a concern in the system. As it relates to ensuring the response effort is focused on individual community needs. We certainly believe that restrictions should specify those definitions, the enforcement guidelines, and the tools that counties and local communities use in order to understand what the end game is, to understand how they can move out of a particular situation. I know that dashboards were presented, but it wasn't always clear to commissioners on what actions they could take in order to relieve some of the pressure in their local communities. And certainly, and I've hearkened on this a couple of times, that the state orders should be informed by local officials, particularly if there's an assumption that local officials are going to enforce those statewide orders. And I can't suggest that there was a feeling that happened here in every instance. And then looking at supply chain management, I know that's not an issue for this committee, but it is something that we do need to work with through the legislative process with the executive branch to address. That became a shortcoming that ultimately did lead to some of the strained resources or some of the strained relationships in dealing with county health orders and making sure that we could get to a proper end game where we have communities that didn't have the ability to test individuals, and that led to longer periods of quarantine, and that's unfortunate and put more economic pressure and social pressures in the system. And then finally, we believe that there needs to be a comprehensive review. Maybe that happens after this entire pandemic is done and with all of the parties involved, but it needs to be exhaustive and to look at not only the authorities, but how we better coordinate, share information, get equipment to the places that it needs to be, ensure that our responders are safe and that our volunteers are safe, that there are proper public information and warning systems, and that we understand what preparedness and recovery looks like. So, Chairman, with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions that there might be.
Questions for the County Commissioners Association? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Riemann, and really appreciate it. I imagine that these conversations will be ongoing, and really appreciate the County Commissioners weighing in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to be pulling in now the Wyoming Medical Providers Association. I'm sure I'm getting that wrong. Ms. Bush. I like just letting people talk for a little bit on mute. It's just like the best part of my day. Ms. Bush.
You're such a peach, Representative Lindholm. Thank you. Members of the committee, Sheila Bush, representing the Wyoming Medical Society. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you this afternoon. You've covered a lot of what I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to just spend a little bit of time with you on a few other items. The Medical Society is opposed to Working Draft 721, Draft Point 4. I did see Representative Clem's draft on the screen, but we haven't had a chance to review that other than what was shared on his screen today, so I can't speak to that. But would imagine many of our reasons for opposing 721 would be similar, although I believe Representative Clem's bill is maybe a little more palatable. So in preparing my statement for you today, I tried to do my best in really understanding and learning what the origination of this might be and what problem it's potentially seeking to fix. The two things that seemed to surface were constitutionality of any of the health orders that were put in place. And, oh, you just moved my screen. Thanks. Okay. And so now I'm bringing, this is a mess. And then the other piece was continuity between the counties. So consistency. One county would provide a certain waiver, the next county wouldn't. And that created some frustration again, to the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, some communication issues. Certainly there's merit in having a larger conversation about some of the communications and logistics. However, we don't believe that this bill, it goes too far in our opinion. If I were to just capture our four main points of opposition, it could fall into some broad categories. The one being a strong concern on our part that you not move public health decisions from a somewhat insulated body to that of a political body. Public opinion and the susceptibility of political pressure doesn't have a real good place or role when making difficult and often controversial public health decisions. So sometimes making an unpopular decision is necessary for the greater public health, and shifting that onus to an entity that is squarely in the middle of the political field and subject just innately to public opinion, we think is ill-advised. The second would be that this would tie the hands of future public health officers in unforeseen circumstances. The one that comes to mind and has most weight for me is situations of bioterrorism. Oftentimes right now, as members of the public, we have to trust that there is sometimes information that is inappropriately, or it would be inappropriate to widely share with the public. And so the executive branch, and through that, the public health officer, can make decisions that are best for the public without always being able to share all of that information. We don't know what all of those circumstances might be, but the way the statute reads today, it does avail those decisions to be made to protect the public. And this bill would dramatically shift that, I think, in a very concerning way. The third area would be just the message that a bill like this sends. When the legislature contemplates legislation of this nature, it does send a very concerning message to the greater medical community, in that it's a shifting of the priority being from medical expertise to that of, again, more public opinion and what's popular. That's very concerning. Pandemics are rare, thankfully. We don't endure this often, which we're all grateful for. But when life puts us in a circumstance in which we do, those decisions that are controversial should be made based on scientific evidence and based in medical knowledge, not public opinion. So with that, I wanted to briefly, and I will try to be quick, but I think that it's really important because we hear this conversation about constitutionality so much. And so I did do a little bit of research. And so this practice of quarantine and isolation and these public health measures, especially in relation to trying to limit the spread of an infectious or communicable disease, go way back to sort of the colonies of America. At the time, malaria, yellow fever, typhoid, and cholera were sort of the prime culprits of disease. And the life expectancy at the time was 25 years of age. And so they were commonly practicing isolation, what we would now call social distancing, quarantine, were very commonplace. So if you fast forward a little bit to when we were all states, there's also a lot of research or history on the government limiting private business. The first example that I could find of that was in 1873. Louisiana forced a business to relocate. It was a slaughterhouse. And they had to move downriver in New Orleans to mitigate cholera outbreaks. Then later in 1986, the New York courts upheld orders to close bathhouses in order to prevent transmission of HIV. So both of those were challenged, and the courts upheld those as being appropriate functions of government, both limiting business. The most often cited case for the courts upholding government limiting individual rights is that of Jacobson versus Massachusetts back in 1904. This was really the first, prior to the 1960s, significant challenge of a government's authority to limit individual rights. In this case, it was the state of Massachusetts was mandating that everyone get the smallpox vaccination. There were individuals who opposed that. They didn't want the vaccination. The state of Massachusetts put in a monetary fine for refusing. I think it was $5 back in 1904 that you had to pay if you didn't want the smallpox vaccination. This was challenged. It was overturned and then kicked up to the United States Supreme Court, where it was upheld that the state government did have the right to do that. So that really kind of provides a little bit of a foundation for what we live through today. The other piece I wanted to talk about, and I didn't see the LSO memo, and so if that did touch on constitutionality of this specific legislation, I apologize. They are certainly the experts and not me. I just know that in Article 2, Section 1 of the Wyoming Constitution, it very specifically outlines the separate branches of government and that one shall not infringe on the other. These provisions are very clearly outlined in statute as being functions of the executive branch. And so I think with the proposal in front of us, that's the legislative branch interfering with that. And I think with Representative Clem's proposal, what I could see on his screen, that's again, then the judicial branch. And so I think that is really important for us to be mindful of that. And then the final thing that I would offer, and this is shared up on your screen, this is a chart showing in Wyoming, the case count at March 22nd, when the most restrictive of our measures went in order. So this will be closing of the bars, restaurants, gyms, salons. Exactly 15 days later, if you look at your orange line of active cases, it flattens very specifically. And so this is consistent with what the evidence was telling public health officials. This is science-based, that their measures, that when they put those orders in place, they were going to have a very specific outcome, played out perfectly in this graph. This is data that was reported through the Casper Star Tribune and on the website of the Department of Health. So if we were to envision a world in which the legislature, after 15 days, we're going to convene and decide whether or not those measures were appropriate, it's easy to see that they might say, look, it doesn't matter. Our case counts have continued to increase. When in all actuality, we know, and science knows, and medicine knows, it was going to take a 15-day period for those to really come into effect, which you see on this graph. And so I think that that really underscores the importance of these decisions being made within medicine and not within a public opinion or a political body. Because without that, and without those health orders on the 22nd, you wouldn't have seen this dramatic flattening on April 5th with those active cases. And so with that, I will conclude my testimony and stand for questions.
Questions for Ms. Bush? I guess, yeah, oh, Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, kind of been thinking about, because, you know, we're starting to get a few emails both ways. And I do think there are some issues. I was particularly happy that LSO kind of brought up some of those issues with constitutionality. I hadn't really thought about that when I first looked at this bill. I guess I'm wondering if we put this off, how do you think the public as a whole would react to a bill like this? The public is in Wyoming, basically. Do you think they would be supportive of it, not supportive of it, something in between, or is that too broad of a question?
Ms. Bush, have you polled the state yet?
Mr. Chairman, in all my spare time I've asked each door. No, I haven't, and so I'm absolutely speculating. I will say, in the polls that we have seen, with even just the way our own governor has handled this, I looked, I think it was a Morning Consult poll, and I might be misquoting that had him as the first most popular governor in the United States. I do know that when some governors started to relax their orders too soon, their public opinion dramatically dropped. So what I'm seeing, at least in my news feeds, which we all know can be a little interesting depending on what news feeds you're looking at these days, right, which is concerning, that public opinion is very strong for erring on the side of caution, especially when it comes to these these healthcare crises. I think what's interesting for me at the Medical Society is as soon as this all happened, a lot of the focus was on medicine. People were hungry for information. They were craving medical science to tell them what to do. And I think for my members, one of the most difficult things is not having all of the answers. Physicians would like 3 and 4 years of data and evidence before they make conclusive decisions, which you saw in controversy around hydroxychloroquine and remdesivir. And so they do want to have all the answers. But I can strongly say that I think the public was really looking to medicine for those answers. As it waned on and we were able to sort of Monday morning quarterback this, which I shouldn't ever use football analogies. I'm not sure I messed it up. But anyway, it becomes easy to sort of, in hindsight, decide that we knew better or that we would have done something differently. But I know that when you're square in the middle of it and you're scared and the public is scared, it's medicine that they want to take the lead. It's not our politicians. And I think that this bill sort of toys with a scary line of changing that.
I think that's an interesting summation. It really is, because I think that's very much the truth, that depending on, I see you, Senator Scott, hang on. I think it is very different where you're at. For instance, Ms. Bush, you're right out of Cheyenne. And the difference between Cheyenne and little old Sundance or Upton, Newcastle is stark. It's not warm fuzzies up here. It's not, golly, I'm sure glad we can lean on our medical officer. They have no one to hold accountable. And so that's, I definitely appreciate where your organization is coming from. Fortunately, we're a republic and political bodies do matter in this regard. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, question for Ms. Bush regarding her chart, which I find it's the first time I've seen that information displayed that way. I find it very enlightening in terms of what happened this time. You showed about a 15-day period where the number of cases increased after the orders came in, and then it leveled off. Now, it strikes me some of that time is just the inevitable lags. You make an order and you got to implement it, and it takes a while. And not everybody gets the word right away. But some of it, am I right in thinking that some of it probably depends on the incubation period in the virus? And in this case, the incubation period ran up to 14 days. Most of them, it wasn't quite that long. Would it be safe to speculate that the shape of that chart would vary quite a bit in a future epidemic, depending on some of those factors, whether the virus had a longer or shorter incubation period?
Ms. Bush.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, yes, I think you're absolutely right. And now we're going to get out of my depth in terms of being a medical expert. I just work for them. But you're right. I think that a lot of times, especially with this epidemic, what we know about the incubation rate and the infection rate and the transmission style of this particular infection was such that this chart played out within a 15-day period. I think that the reason for keeping our laws the way they are is that the next epidemic, whenever that happens, hopefully not in our lifetimes, it will be different. It will look different. And we're gonna, again, have to lean on medical science to know what to do. This, these orders were based on this pandemic.
Further questions for Ms. Bush? Ms. Bush, do you think it's valuable that that the public has to be or should be convinced that this is the right path? Or do you think it's better that we just trust the medicine? We know what's best.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that I fully understand your question, but I think no matter how I answer, I'll be in trouble.
No, you're all right. The question's around your statement regarding that the public should not be the ones to weigh in on this, because we're the ones that are representative of the public. So that's where my question's coming from. Should we be sold that?
Mr. Chairman, I hear you, and I'm sympathetic to your concerns, and I don't mean any of my testimony be translated that I don't think that the public opinion matters, but I think that it's a very complicated science. People who are experts in infectious disease dedicate large numbers or large percentage of their time and their education to studying these things. And so in a short order, when you need to act swiftly, communicating an in-depth, very complicated medical science to a wide population in our state, almost 600,000 people, and convincing them it's the right thing to do, I think is a really interesting onus to place on someone in terms of, if your question is, should we have to convince the public it's the right thing to do? However, I do think it is exactly what Governor Gordon attempted, right? He didn't put shelter-in-place orders in our state. He tried to give the science, he tried to communicate as much as possible. And then he said, these are our recommendations. We're not ordering you to stay at home. Here are the reasons we think it's important. Here are the reasons that wearing a mask is going to protect other people. But he didn't force it. Our surrounding states did. They had shelter-in-place orders. And so I guess to your point, I would say that our own leadership right now probably feels strongly and similar to the way you do, in that if you're just transparent enough and you give the information in a clear enough way, people will make the right decision and do the right thing.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of in response to those assertions, because I heard this in the last special session too, and I think this particular legislature feels really compelled to do something in light of a pandemic and in light of quarantine conversations. But it's really important to be mindful that a previous legislature already has, and that legislature is elected by the people, and they did it through public comment, and they did it in the same deliberative process that we're participating in now. And so I just always think, we always seem to think that we're coming from this place of zero when we're not, that we have laws on the books that actually have seen us through this pandemic. Arguably, some would say not as well as it should, but nonetheless, there is a framework that has been put forth, both as it relates to liability issues, in addition to a balancing of those constitutional concerns that we're struggling with today. So I know there's a desire always for us who have ran for office in order to get something done and to do things. Sometimes that credit needs to go to those previous legislators that have done the work and have done that time without this pressure. And so I just want to be very mindful that we have laws on the books that seem to be working okay.
I guess that's an opinion. Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bush, so a couple of weeks ago, I talked to the state health officer in our labor health meeting and asked some similar questions, because I truly do believe that policy should be driven by good data. And I don't know with either of these two proposed bills, I don't think the outcome would have changed much as far as what ended up happening, because it was novel and we didn't have a lot of information. My concern is let me just ask you, amongst your members, if you're at liberty to say, or if you've gotten a feeling amongst your members, the struggle that I have right now is it doesn't seem like we've gained any more information about the real threat of this disease. So at the very beginning, we heard it was scary, it was dangerous, it was contagious, it was new, then it killed people. That's about all we knew, and we had some models to that effect that were driven by assumptions, really not by science. These were assumptive models. And it doesn't seem as if that's changed a whole lot. I still don't know how prevalent this disease is within our society to give us a true denominator, to give us a true look at its mortality rate. And for those studies that have occurred, the serology tests that have indicated the prevalence or the likely prevalence of this disease in the public, it's brought it down to about that of the flu as far as the mortality rate, a little above that. And I guess the question then becomes is, okay, is the response for the public appropriate? Would we react in the ways that we've reacted, for instance, in regards to the flu? And so, and I think that's important, particularly when we are going to have a second wave. There's no doubt about that. We haven't eradicated the virus, and that was never the point of flattening the curve. So we're gonna have that, but I don't know, and so this is an opportunity just to be fishing for information. Have we heard? Is there any new science or data out there that indicates what kind of prevalence this really has in our society? Because to date, that data is missing, and for us to really assess the threat and know if our public policy decisions are on the right course, that's huge. We got to know what the threat is. So have you heard amongst your members what the prevalency is? Are they making any strides as far as serology tests or anything like that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Bush.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clem, there was a lot to unpack there, so I'm going to do my best. I had several responses, and I've even forgotten, I think, what you said first. I think an important thing is to remember that there is a great distinction between the flu and this virus. This is the first pandemic we have seen that was originated within the coronavirus, not influenza. It was transferred through respiratory. It attacked both lungs at once. That's not assumptive. That's hard. Those are facts. We did know we had the benefit of seeing how other countries had to deal with this prior to it really coming into the States. And so we did see the reports coming out of Italy. Those were very, very alarming. And again, not assumptions. Those were things happening. Those were, we had American physicians there reporting back to some of our specialty societies. Sorry about the dogs. And so I don't think it's entirely fair to say that everything we did was based on assumption. You're also sort of toying with trying to prove a negative, right? So we did, I mean, you could say we did all of the right things, and so then we didn't have mass death, and so therefore it's not that alarming of a pandemic. You can also turn that and say we did all the right things, and it was a very alarming infectious disease, and because we did the right things, we didn't see those kinds of death tolls. And so I think proving a negative is always going to be really hard. Nationwide, we had shortage in testing supplies. We're not going to know. I think just recently, within the last couple of days, they're learning more and more about asymptomatic people and whether or not they can spread the disease and whether or not they're infected or if they're contagious. Pediatrics is really alarmed at the impact this is having on children. Children are testing positive for COVID-19 with 0 symptoms, but then developing a very, very scary inflammatory disease that in some cases is causing, partial or full paralysis. Those are really, really big deals, and there's still a lot that we don't know. And so all along, the premise, at least in our state, has been the more that you can keep people away from each other in order to give us time to learn about this. And when people do become infected because they're essential personnel or unavoidable circumstances, ensuring that our healthcare delivery system has capacity to take care of them has always been the priority. And so, in terms of determining a quantifiable denominator, no, and I don't have the expertise to do that. Within our membership, I think part of your question was whether or not today, what we know now, if my membership believes we did the right thing or if we should keep these in place. And then I misunderstood then. So I see you shaking your head. So I don't know if I got to any of what you wanted me to talk about.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wanting to know if we were any closer of determining the real prevalence of this in society. That's really the bottom line, is how prevalent is this? I mean, we know how many confirmed cases there are, but we still don't really know how many people have truly been infected. And I know there's science that's being conducted even as we speak to determine those things, but at least in my mind, to get to the bottom line of what is, and I hear what you're saying as far as what the impact that this can do to some patients. We hear about asymptomatic patients as well. So it's really a matter of how prevalent is this? It's novel. It's going to infect everybody that it touches because it's novel. No one has an immunity to this. But I guess that's where I'm wondering, amongst your members, is there any science or data that anybody is conducting to tell us how prevalent this is among society, so that we really know how dangerous it is? And not just assumption or what we know now as far as some of the stuff that we've seen, the observations, but to truly tell us how dangerous this could actually be. Is there anything like that out there? Any amongst your members, is anybody looking at the prevalence of this?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I don't know, I don't have a name to give you that says this physician is doing X amount of research, and I'm not the one to answer that question. I would be happy to, if you guys want to pursue this further and get those answers in partnership with the Department of Health and Dr. Harris. Our membership tried really hard from the beginning to be helpful in providing research. We stood up a lot of resources. Every week we had a noon call where sometimes 120 physicians got on to connect with each other statewide at best practices, what they were seeing in a county, what was working, what wasn't. So I feel like we've done a lot. I feel like our organization stepped up. I don't have an answer to your question if I have a specific member doing research on prevalence in Wyoming anyway.
Any further questions for Mrs. Bush? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Mrs. Bush. We're going to move on in public comment, and I believe we've got one more. Did your Senator Case, did your cat want to comment? I saw it jump up there.
So my cat is a little upset about that dog. I will tell you that.
Chairman, I couldn't help but grin when that cattail went across the screen. That
was pretty good. Can you hear us? Hello? You're muted.
Hello.
There you go.
Great. So I guess we're up. Sorry, there's a little bit of a transition from the streaming to the Zoom. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Eric Nelson. I am the Natrona County Attorney here up in Casper. I'm appearing for you today in my individual capacity. My commissioners do know, but I'm in no way representing them or the County Attorney Association. I did want to take this opportunity to address the committee. Since basically the middle of March, I've spent a majority of my time working with our county health officer, the county health department, and the state health department to address the COVID pandemic. Mr. Chairman, before I dive into my presentation, I do have Dr. Andy Dunn also present with me. He was in charge of the Wyoming Medical Center Respiratory Clinic. And if you would so permit, when I'm done, I'd like to reserve a few minutes for him to address the committee from a medical standpoint. Okay, thank you. So in the interest of time, I know it's late and you guys have been at it all day. I'll try to truncate my presentation, but I think that over the course of a few months, having dealt with these statutes on a daily basis, a few things became immediately clear. First of all, that this was completely new to everybody and we were learning on the go. And I would say we're still learning how everything is being handled and how things flow, not only from a medical standpoint, but from a legal standpoint. We're not out of the pandemic yet. And so there's still more work to be done. The thing that really kind of struck us immediately was that the county health officers have very little independent power apart from the state health officer. So basically every order that was issued countywide here in Natrona County was done under 35-1-240 A Romanet 4 at the direction of the state health officer. So the proposed changes to the statute in large part would not have been relevant to anything that we've done over the last couple of months. Everything has been done, vetted through the Attorney General's office, vetted through the state health officer. She signed off on every countywide order, whether it's more restrictive or a variance. And so when I read the proposed legislation in terms of who would actually be the body that would have to ratify anything after 15 days, it's a little bit unclear whether that would be the state or legislature or would that be the county commissioners. In addition, I think that we've had discussions, we never had to take this step, but, as you may know, with our Wyoming Behavioral Institute and our local homeless shelters, we had clusters of virus that were starting to break out. And there were discussions about, shutting down or quarantining those specific facilities. And the way I read these amendments, on every specific business that would be shut down if it were to go beyond 15 days, then that would have to be ratified. And in my opinion, the way those orders were written, it would be the state legislature, even though it would be specific to one business in Natrona County, would have to ratify it. So I really have some concerns in terms of the administration of the proposed changes and whether that would be at all feasible, because I can tell you for the first probably 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks, we were working 7 days a week. We had, calls 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and by 10 or 11 o'clock that day, conditions had changed. And so it was a very, very fluid situation. And I think in a pandemic, you need to have that ability to be fluid. Secondly, I think that what's been a kind of a thorn in the side of elected officials here is that communication was not good. And that was something that we worked on. I think we eventually got that kind of straightened out. We had daily calls with our local elected officials and the health department to keep everybody apprised. I think we had a pretty good working relationship, but certainly that is something I think at a minimum that needs to be addressed at some point. And I think that there is some sense that the local elected officials are seeing their businesses close, their tax base dry up. I'm not even going to touch the constitutional issues. I think that's a whole separate issue, but they're seeing this happening and they don't have a voice, they don't have a seat at the table, so to speak. So I think that there is room for us to look at the way the statute is structured. My concern again is that we're not out of kind of where we're at, and I think this kind of Band-Aid approach could ultimately make it more unwieldy as we get into the fall. Third, this is a little bit separate, but yet related. I think enforcement has been an issue and remains an issue. You saw the language with regard to the ability of the county health officer to raise a police force or employ a police force. And, universally, nobody was doing that, and it was left to local law enforcement. And when the counties reached out to the state for assistance in enforcement, we were told that's a matter of local concern. And so it really put us in a very difficult situation here locally. In essence, there was no enforcement mechanism. So I think that's another aspect of this overall structure that needs to be addressed. As was pointed out earlier, a lot of this language, really emanates from the early 1900s. It might have been practical then, it's no longer practical. So I think that there is room for improvement in the statutory scheme of things. The other thing is, I think most of our orders, I guess, were less than 15 days, and then they were renewed. So I guess that would trigger under the proposed amendments to the statute, the ability or need to ratify, but they were pretty, we tried to keep them relatively short in duration, based solely on the current crisis, and based on, I guess, the best evidence that was available. And just to kind of, cut to my summation here in the interest of time, I do think that these statutes need to be looked at. I think that we need to have clearer means for appeal or checks and balances. I think that trying to work through these statutes with the Attorney General's office, with the other county attorneys, this has been really difficult. There's sometimes seemingly contradictory provisions. And so I think that we need to look at it kind of from a universal standpoint to make those changes. My concern is that if we try to get something done here in the near term at a special session, I would say that I've heard no talk about today's meeting or this proposed legislation among any of my county attorney colleagues. So I don't believe that they're aware of it. And when it comes down to it, it's at the local level, it's the county attorneys that are having to work through these things with the state. So I think there would be benefit to having a more robust discussion and a little bit of dialogue on how we proceed. So that's much abbreviated from what I had planned, but I think I hit the high points, and I would, before I turn over to Dr. Dunn, I would certainly stand for any questions.
Any questions, committee? Seeing none. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about this proposed bill. little bit about myself. I've been trained at family practice in Casper as a hospitalist for 3 years, and have been outpatient, inpatient for the last 5 years. And it was a wonderful experience to work with public health hand in hand with the inpatient and outpatient settings. It was a great day for the county. And I want to come at this in a more medical approach, practical approach. If I have an outlet issue at my house, when I call an electrician to come and fix it, and they fix it, but they say, you know what, the wiring's kind of faulty, you're gonna have to replace this, or your house is gonna burn down in 7 days, I don't know, 2 years, 5 years, but it's gonna need to be replaced. I'm not gonna question that at that moment. I'm gonna do what's safest and best and get that replaced. Same if I take my car to the mechanic. I think it's a belt or something, and they end up telling me, nope, it's a transmission, and you're gonna crash, whatever, if you don't do something about it. I'm going to listen to that specialist. And that's what I've learned working with public health, state health officers as well. This is a role that they've been trained in, they've been educated in, worked numerous studies with, and their role in conjunction with the doctors and the community is for the betterment and protection of community health, to keep people safe, keep them healthy. And so with this bill, medically, I worry about some of the cut and dry nature, that almost a cookie cutter approach to even the 15 days part of it. And I do agree with what Sheila Bush talked about earlier. When we talk about incubation periods, Ebola, there's an incubation period of 21 days. Smallpox can be up to, pertussis can be up to 20 days. Smallpox can be up to 17 days, 14 days. So when you talk about viruses, when you talk about zoonotic infections, there's no set recipe for 7, 14, 21 days, but yet it's up to the practitioners, the providers, to go through their training to diagnose something. Case in point, I have a patient that comes to me who's been coughing up blood, who's had night sweats, who lives in a dormitory. That's tuberculosis until proven otherwise. It's hard to get that diagnosis. It's not the PPD test under the skin that you get back in 24, 48, 72 hours. I need a sputum sample. Maybe I need a bronchoscopy. That's going to take a while. But to slow down a potential contagious infection, we have to start making swift actions until proven otherwise. And then, to me, a delay in any type of action, any type of implementation is going to increase that transmission window and increase incidence, prevalence, mortality, morbidity. It's a huge problem. And so I worry about there's presenting things that we're seeing on the ground to a group that's not on the ground, number one, nor trained medically, because there's so many variances to all the communicable diseases. Yellow fever, norovirus, man alive. We always hear norovirus is associated with cruise ships. Well, restaurants too. And there's so much that goes into this. And so I struggle with that 15 days and some of the other very detailed mentions in the bill. The other problem is, as medical professionals, we're trained to be very objective. There can't be any bias to our approach on things. We have to do what's to the betterment of health and the commitment to health. And as representatives, we're very lucky to have an engaged group, but you are responsible to your constituents. So I worry that any type of mandate or order, but the protection of the public has to be approved or vetoed by people that might have to be subjectively approving or vetoing it based on what their constituents might feel. We're good at what we do in terms of being objective. We have a lot of decisions that aren't pleasant. It starts maybe when you're 4 years old. When I had to tell a 4-year-old that I have to stick a cotton swab in the back of your throat, and I got to do a Zorro on it to see if you have strep. They don't want that, but I need to know. And the family needs to know. So a lot of decisions that we have to talk about that aren't pleasant. So I worry about taking that to another body of an unfavorable order for the betterment protection of the public, that they might have subjective bias to how they vote. And to the committee member who brought up science earlier and questioning the denominator, that's even more reason to slow this down and not to go through with this. If we don't know the black and white of just the COVID, and we're not talking about the other communicable diseases, then this bill needs to slow down and we need to study it more. There's some good things that can come out of taking a look at what we've done compared to other states, other counties, other whatever, and really put a lot of thought behind this. We don't have a denominator. We need more tests. There's so many things that I could rattle off right now. We need to talk about incidence. We not talk about virulence. But again, that's just COVID. And what we're talking about here applies to all the communicable diseases that are very problematic for the public. So I would implore you that we slow this down. We don't push it. You don't push this forward, and you really think about other ways to approach this, other means pragmatically for the medical community, the public health community, the state health department to really
take a breath real quick, Doctor. Take a breath real quick. Representative
Mr. Chairman, did you call on me? I couldn't hear that. All right, thank you, Mr.
We're getting some weird feedback from the doctor's computer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, thank you for being here and for your dedication to public health. Hey, I got a question for you. So I heard you loud and clear. If there's a threat to public health, then the professionals need to act, and I really appreciate that. And I thank you for doing the work that you do. At the same token, I look at my job as one who's elected to represent the people to help protect another kind of threat, and that is a threat to constitutional rights. Of course, our Constitution is very clear, the federal and Wyoming, these rights are given by God and they're immovable, and they cannot be taken away subjectively, and they have to be taken away under due process, or that's the only reason they could be taken away. And so I feel like there's competing things here. We're talking about threats to public health, which in a sense could threaten our constitutional rights as well. I'll give you that. But at the same time, I'm trying to figure out the balance here, because it seems that we've heard, and I've said, medical experts are experts when it comes to medicine, but medical experts aren't economic experts or constitutional experts. And I guess the struggle that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to balance the threats that we see all around, because it's more than just COVID-19. And that's one of the immediate threats that we're trying to deal with. But at the same time, how do we protect the threat against lost constitutional rights? And is there room within this potential, with either of these potential bills, or do you have any other suggestions? Because that's where I'm trying to, as much as I think, the right to life, absolutely, and I don't want to have any threats against my public health. I look at it though, we take risks all the time, and in certain arenas, there's a risk when I get in my car to drive. I could potentially put someone else at risk or myself at risk, and 300,000 people worldwide die. And yet we take reasonable risks and put certain things in place. And so I'm trying to find a balance there between the threat that we have of public health and also the threat that we, at least a perceived threat, you don't think there's a threat, but if there's a perceived threat to constitutional rights. And so do you have an answer to that, or any ideas, or is there room for us to even look at that, or should we not be looking at that at all? There's no threat here.
Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome question. I really appreciate the response from the representative of the committee member earlier, who talked about the framework that's in place, and that we're not starting from zero. There's something to be said about how many pandemics have we had recently, and we could go through this. We could talk about all the viral, bacterial meningitis, just tons of things. Talk about biologicals, anthrax, whatever. But when you get down to it, we're all at the table talking. We're trying to figure out this together. So no, we shouldn't scrap it all. No, absolutely not. But I also implore that we go steadfast together. We figure out ways for a checks and balance as opposed to a governance of approval and vetoing orders. Checks and balances to me is much different and workable, and with review of implementation than say a governance of no, we're not going to do this, and it's just. That's not working together, in my opinion. So I think we have a framework in place. We've had a framework in place. I think we do need to recognize that from previous lawmakers. And as we go forward, more things are going to pop up, as you alluded to. So I would be incorrect to say scrap it all and and we got this, because that's not how we need to do it. We have to do it together. We just need to slow down, and I don't think this is the opportunity for us. I really don't. I think there's something special with the public health officers, the state level, the county level, the other localities, working in conjunction with the medical community, reporting to each other, talking about resources all the way around. When law enforcement's involved, it's a really good conversation. There was a meeting earlier with the school districts and the athletic departments, and those kind of things need to be fostered. And again, I go back to having a governing body, just with that approval veto of things that are presented almost as a cookie cutter type guidelines. And I think this is not the opportunity to go quickly with something.
Follow up, Representative Clem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quick. What are the checks and balances that exist right now? Can you illustrate those for me?
Sure. So first of all, I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but to answer that question, I don't know if it's a rhetorical statement or not, I would go back to how many things have been mandated past 14 days, or how many times have has there been any type of order set in the last 50 years that have pushed the boundaries of subjective gain for the public health department, state health department. No one's in it for gain. It's really for the betterment of the community. So checks and balances goes to what we need to decide together, as opposed to approving a legislative body that just says yay or nay on something that I would hate to be in your position without having any medical training at all and be presented with a tuberculosis stuff and decide, okay, yeah, let's not do that. That's a horrible position to be in. There's got to be something better. And I just don't think this is it. I think that I don't have the answers. I don't know if anyone here has the answer right now. And again, that goes to my argument that this needs to slow down and needs to be reevaluated.
Doctor, you're going to be shocked to learn that we've got a committee that's focused on health issues that votes on those things every year.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the good doctor needs the help from a good lawyer, even though he's got one next to him. And I just want to redirect the committee's attention to the presentation given to us by LSO staff that did actually provide a remedy in this statutory framework, which does allow for an individual or entity subject to a public health order the ability to avail itself of the district court. And so that is currently in statute. And so maybe we can go back to LSO to direct the committee to that and to that part of the presentation to walk through those legal remedies currently in statute. So I just want that to be there. But I do want to also take the opportunity to express my appreciation for providing additional opportunities for me to litigate. As a part-time legislator, I certainly always appreciate those pathways forward, Representative.
I think was that a threat and sue? Representative Clem, did you have a follow-up? I'm sorry about that. Senator Nethercott had been holding her hand up for a while.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I think that's one of the only checks and balances that we actually have in the statute. And from what I was hearing from the good doctor, as far as not having any orders go beyond 14 days, I would say that's, for me, I would characterize that as more as personal restraint versus an actual outside check or balance. And that's what I'm looking for. And we have something. I think that's the only check and balance that we have right now at all. Is that provision in statute, and we didn't really see that exercise this time around. I'm just wondering if there's something, and that's kind of a reactive approach if someone is aggrieved, but I'm looking at something more proactive in that, these health orders they arrest the rights of citizens. They say you can't go places, your rights are stopped. You're in your home, you can't run your business. None of the 14th Amendment, we say that life, liberty, and property, that shall not be infringed upon except by due process. And so that's where the rub is for me, is how do you balance public health with our constitutional rights, which clearly say in the Constitution that they're not infringed upon except by due process. And so I'm recognizing the value of both protection of public health, but also the threat to our Constitution. There's got to be a balance there, and I just don't feel that we've struck that balance. And that's why we're an elected body. This is why our generation gets to wrestle with these things, even though the framework is laid on before. But we modify every year. We bring amendments, we bring bills to make laws better. And that's essentially what I see us doing with this as well. And so I don't want to miss that opportunity and say, well, somebody else dealt with it, we don't have to touch it. I think we owe it to our citizenry to tackle these tough issues and to find that balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I just did the talk to myself thing. Further questions for the doctor? Seeing none. Doctor, thank you. Oh, Representative Edwards, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I watched K2 News in the evening, and in doing that, they always give the amount, as they did earlier, on how many people have contacted COVID-19, how many are possible cases, and then it puts down how many there are that's recovered, and then they have possible recovers and those that have died. The news media is trying to make a story, so they make it as bad as they can so they can put fear in people. Not all of them do that, but there are many of them that do. And we get the same stuff from the LSO. I told them that I would rather just have the facts. And as I tell my wife, when she says, well, there ain't that many people that's got it. And I said, well, apparently, according to the media, once you, or the medical officials, they never get rid of it. It's going to kill them someday. Does that mean they're going to count them as a COVID-19 death? They die of old age at 120 years old. It'd be nice to have the real numbers. We have the media that we have to deal with. There's many of those that have alternative reasons why they're doing what they're doing. They want to have a different president than what we have. So they're pushing that sideline. And then you have the people that are scared to death to even get out in public. They don't know what they're doing. They're depending on the health officials. They're staying indoors, and a lot of these, it's better if you get outside and enjoy the fresh air. And our government officials say you can't go to the parks, or they did for quite a while, because you might catch it up there. Well, did that mean that you could catch it outside? And if you were by yourself, you're probably going to catch it more likely at night, because you weren't able to stay in a campground overnight. So does that mean it come out at night and is worse than it is in the daytime? You know, there's a lot of things that Fauci says that he talks out of both sides of his mouth. He says one day that this is okay, and the next day it's not. He has no idea what he's doing, even though he helped create the virus. I think there's a lot of problems that we have in knowing what the truth is. If you don't know what the truth is, you don't need to tell everybody you do this or do that. You watch and observe until you figure out what you're doing. And in the process of this is where I support a bill like this, is we need to have somebody that will stand up for individual rights. During the Depression in 29, there were a lot of people that committed suicide. This is on par to match what happened back then. It could be just as bad as what the pandemic is, even possibly worse. And the decisions that both sides of it are, I think they're both sides, the health and the governmental officials, are afraid that the next one that dies is going to be blamed on them. So they're going to keep everybody locked up as long as they can, so they don't have to worry about the next case. But life goes on. What say you?
Doctor.
So I guess a lot to say, but I think to bring it back, I think it's not the time to push this through. You yourself said that you're not sure when you watch the news, whatever, and just to sit back and watch. However you look at this, whatever you think about whatever, we still do not have enough information to move this through, to put enough stock in to say let's go with this. You all need some time and to compare notes with other states, other counties, whatnot. I just don't think the time is now. I think the other statement and questions would be great over coffee sometime. I'd love to have it if you ever have a moment to talk with you. I think conversation is good for everyone. I just don't think we're there to push this through.
Okay. Further questions for the doctor? Because otherwise we really should get to whipping and spurring here and finish this subject up. I'm not seeing. Okay, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, mine's not a question for the doctor. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to raise some concerns about the bill to try to move us forward. And
let's, Senator Scott,
put
before
some
we
things
do
on
that,
the table for the future.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's see if anybody even moves it. We'll go ahead and I don't think we've got anybody else for public comment. I'm not seeing anybody waiting in the waiting room. So let's end public comment. Really appreciate everybody's input. This is, like everybody said, this is a very serious concern. Anyways, committee, what's your pleasure? Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not really prepared to move one of these bills forward. I do think Representative Clem probably has a better idea. I think the legislature is like the last place you want to put this decision in terms of a check and balance. We don't even convene, or we can't convene, or we give it to management council. Not on my watch. So I think the court makes some sense. You know, I'd also be interested in laws that require the governor to affirmatively support him, perhaps. You know, I feel like there was too much yielding, but this is a very big topic, and we have an entire interim, and we should take the entire interim on it and do it right and get all the input from the counties and all the physicians and everybody. Because if we just be reactionary right now, nobody's going to be happy. I guarantee it. So I don't really want to, I'm happy to move both concept bills forward. I don't really want to move them per se, but I think we should keep the topic going throughout the interim. And I hope we can have in-person meetings before this is over, and we can have better participation, less getting things at the last minute, on and on and on. That's just screwing our process up in a very big way, and do some thoughtful work to bring it home for the general session.
I mean, motions or discussion? Motions or discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I want to say that I very much agree with everything that Senator Case just said, although I think we may have to go to the Management Council, because I know Committee 10 is planning to take a look at this whole set of issues once this virus is over enough so that we know what we're learning. Let me just raise some of the concerns that I've got, really trying to inform the discussion going forward. And I do have some constitutional concerns. I'll get to them second. I have some substantive concerns with what this bill would do, and I think that would be informative going forward. First, let me say, I think, although we do not know how much more severe this is than the standard flu and some of the other diseases we've seen, we know from the death count that is well known and is regularly published that it is much more severe. We just don't know how many people have had it yet, so we don't know how much worse it potentially could get. But we know the count is already exceeding what you get in terms of the fatality rate. the number of fatalities. It's already exceeding what you get from a flu. Specifically, it is my judgment that this bill would have a chilling effect on what the public health officer and the county health officers and the governor could do to prevent the spread of either this virus or some future one that we might get, which could be much more severe. I think if we pass this, we would kill a lot of people unnecessarily, sooner or later, because they would not be able to act as vigorously to stop the spread. You know, we saw the chart that gave us the evidence that what was tried this time did work in terms of flattening the curve and delaying the number of cases and the rate at which we got cases. So that's my first concern, that it would be a disaster when we have another pandemic, and sooner or later we will. Could be sooner. We've educated every bioterrorist in the world that this is a way to attack a modern society. I hope none of them have access to a smallpox. That would be the ultimate disaster. Second, I am concerned that this bill, as it's written in either of the versions, would hurt our ongoing efforts to control certain of the communicable diseases, specifically tuberculosis. The quarantine statutes have been used in recent times, to my knowledge, to deal with cases of drug-resistant tuberculosis, particularly in the less stable, more transient part of the population who have the potential for spreading it. Tuberculosis used to be one of the major killers in our society. And the drugs that were developed to put a stop to that, but the resistance is developing, it's getting worse, and that has the potential to spring a natural pandemic on it if we don't control it. And I know Dr. Sherrard, when he was state health officer, quarantined several individuals over that particular issue. So I think it has some real dangers to interrupting that process and making it impossible. Third, we do something like this. This is asking the legislature to start making decisions in the medical realm that are much closer to the practice of medicine on individual people. It isn't quite there, but it's a far away from setting the general structures the way we normally do, and asking us to judge individual public health orders. And that's putting us into the business of practicing medicine. And frankly, that's not something that is our strength. We will take into account the public opinion, and these are complex issues, and I think people have difficulty grasping the consequences of some of the things that are well outside their normal experience, and would ultimately judge us if we pass something that increases the body count greatly and endangers them. They'll remember that at the next election, even though they may have advised us to do it because they didn't understand at the time. With regard to the constitutional issues, I think both of the versions of this bill have real problems with Article 2 of the Wyoming Constitution. The 15-day review of individual executive orders essentially puts the legislature as doing the executive branch function of confirming those orders, looking at them, that is, I think, entirely constitutionally inappropriate. It's an invasion of the normal executive powers. I think it'd be a disaster. With regard to the judicial one, the current system uses the judiciary the way we should, where people can bring a case if their rights are violated. And there's you recall Mr. Hewitt's presentation about how the appeal process works. As I understand it, and I didn't see Representative Clem's version until about 9 o'clock last night. So I don't pretend to be an expert on it, but it appears that it would have, instead of the legislature, have the judiciary having to take an active executive branch role. And I think that's equally inappropriate and not the proper use of the judiciary, and not something they're well equipped to do. It's well outside the normal way they handle cases, where somebody brings a case and they have a controversy, and they have handled those responsibly in the past, and we have some pretty good legal precedents to go on there. And again, Mr. Hewitt and also Ms. Bush reviewed some of those for us. So I think there have been shown to be some problems. I think obviously the police force provisions, they may have worked in 1900, but they don't fit our modern thing. There's clearly been some communications problems. There's some general problems of how do we get some of these things enforced. But I don't think this particular set of bills is the way to go at it. So I would hope that either Committee 10 or Committee 7 will take a hard look at this going forward as to what we've learned out of the experience of actually having it. Fortunately, as my House co-chairman says, this one, although it was much more severe than a standard flu, is not nearly as deadly as a pandemic could be. You look at the historical record on a smallpox, and it's very scary. And those things are still around. Smallpox is an orthopox. There's a number of them circulating in the wild. There tends to be one for a number of different species. Each has its own cowpox, monkeypox, etc. One of those could evolve. A bioterrorist could get their hands on something that existed. There's endless possibilities. We'll have another one sooner or later, Mr. Chairman. So going forward, we need a review, but I would hope we would not do it based on the particular bills that are in front of us.
All right. Any further public testimony? I've got Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move my version of the bill forward as a concept bill with any additional recommendations from the committee. I think this discussion is worthwhile. We do have more work ahead of us, but in order to move something forward, to have something to work with, we could scrap it at the next meeting if we wanted to do that. But that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a second. All right. And I just want to mention something really quick, that we've got a current check and balance in statute where you can go to court. What's small business? I mean, how many small businesses do you know of can afford to go to court randomly on this stuff? And that's something to really think about in this situation. I can't. I own several small businesses. I can't afford to go to court on these kinds of deals. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of a check that's in statute, but it's also a barrier to check your government. And so that's an issue I have. I'm definitely open for the conversation though. So any questions or comments? Representative Clem, I'm guessing that your motion is to move this legislation forward, but not to the special session. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that would be correct. It'd be to our next scheduled meeting where we could discuss this some more, have more people to at the table. And again, it's not the LSO version that was brought. It'd be my version of the bill, along with any suggested suggestions from the committee, which could include having a more affirmative stance by our governor. I think Senator Case mentioned that. I'm open to discussing those things. I think we have to have that conversation.
Okay. And so committee, this is a motion to send it to the next meeting, not to the special session. Is there any comments? Co-Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've been sitting here wondering the path that we should go, and this having been an issue that's brought forth by the pandemic and Management Council's request that we look into this, I think we're fine to move this forward throughout the interim. It's not really one of our interim topics. We certainly will need to carve out the space and try to figure out how to get something like this done in basically the next 2 meetings. For me, I'm not sure that either one of these bills would be the baseline to continue conversation about this topic. You know, I just say it that way. I think I do favor a continued conversation going into the next meeting. And maybe this is just simply the agenda placement item that we can put there. But I would actually favor just a full topic discussion and bring in lots of experts. And I'm not sure we really need either one of these bills to get it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Further comments? I'm going to look for Representative Clifford. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of wanted to weigh in. Sorry for not being too loud. Previous discussions and the speakers, but you didn't see me. I would echo what Chairman Landon had said, as well as my colleague, Senator Scott. I'm just concerned that I got Scott's bill, which in my opinion, is a bit better than this draft 721. And I just think that I'm open to having a robust conversation. And I just need to speak on behalf of my people, because yes, we represent people. My district, 233 positive cases, over 7,000 tests done, 9 deaths, 1 yesterday, okay? So this hits home for me. COVID, why we're here, why we're having these conversations. But I got to push back. I'm very concerned about these bills that politicize our health emergencies. I know the way we have it set up now is our health officers resist politics when dealing with health emergencies, when they have to make those tough decisions, when those decisions need to be made, and they need to be made fast. In this case of this virus we have, which is a new virus, you know, there's so many unknowns. We're not going to know in 3, 6, 9 months. They're still researching. They're still collecting the data that we have a concern about, the lack of data. And, you know, we can't assume that this pandemic or the next is going to wait for the legislature to convene. I'm not a medical health expert, and I don't want that on my shoulders, especially with my statistics that I have in my district. And so I'm open to a conversation, but when we talk about representing our people, we need to have our county health officers that are going through this pandemic now and making these decisions at the table in these discussions, right along, sitting beside us. And that's key for me to make the best informed decision that I know how on behalf of my people. So thank you.
Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Co-Chairman Landon. I think this is a topic that we need to carry forward and we need to discuss, but we're running out of time today and we don't need to do it right now. It's a topic for the general session. The one point that we've kind of not spoken about yet are the side effects of the public health orders regarding the impacts to our economy, depression, domestic violence, suicide, all those kind of side effects that have been a result of the county and the state public health orders that somehow need to be brought into the discussion, I believe. But it's the discussion that we need to have another day. So I agree with Chairman Landon.
Further comments? Seeing none. I tried. Senator Scott, go ahead. I think you're muted, sir. Still muted. Yeah, you're still muted, sir.
You know, I've never heard him sound better, Mr. Chairman. That's just a joke. Senator Scott, you're muted.
I have trouble with the computer doing things I don't expect on occasion.
You're doing great, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, let me say I very much agree with the sentiments that Senator Landon and Representative Clifford brought to us. You know, the more eloquent than I could be perhaps on those topics. I think there's some particular areas I think we ought to go forward with the subject. I think there's some particular areas where Committee 7 can be very helpful, especially in terms of we're hearing there's problems on the enforcement side. That police provision that's in the existing statutes is clearly archaic. We need to develop a better system for local enforcement, and we need to work on some of the communications issues with regard to the locals and the role of the county commissioners and things like that. Frankly, I think Committee 10 is going to want to look at some of the health aspects of this and how some of that works. I think there's probably room for both committees. I think the way to get there is to defeat the motion on the floor and expect the chairman will put this on the agenda for a future meeting.
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a motion on the floor, but I'm not sure it's been seconded, has it?
Yes, it was by Representative Edwards.
I'm sorry. I'm called for the question on this, and then let's move on and get this done.
Perfect. All right. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and this will be just a hand raising vote because the motion is to send it to the next committee meeting. So all those in favor of moving this bill forward to the next committee meeting, please raise your hand in front of the camera. 2, 3, 4. Representative Edwards, please keep your camera on from here on out, man. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion is defeated.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually fine with it being defeated, but I think we do. Can we have a mandate to continue this subject for this interim? I'd really like to have I don't know if we need a show of hands or whatever. I'm happy with Senator Scott's proposition, but I would really like to continue this subject, but not in a rush manner and with everybody at the table.
Absolutely agree. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so my no vote had to do with the timing available for us to really review this entire robust topic. A question of are we reviewing the entire act or just particular topics? I know each committee is probably doing the same. I know the Judiciary Committee met last week and was going to try to fiddle with the statutory section as well. So I think there's a lot of good efforts being directed at the act, and I'm concerned about that patchwork legislation. I do believe the county attorney who is trying to apply these on a local level that the statutes are old and perhaps could use some revisiting to make them workable. And I do believe that there's a need to ensure that there's proper protections so that the entire state and its people are not giving away their constitutional rights. I don't think that's the case when I review the statutes, but to ensure that there's those right protections there. So I too recognize the need to review the act in total, but not right now.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next subject now. And yeah, Senator Case, I think we're going to keep moving forward with this topic and keep revisiting it. So the next topic and our last topic is the continuity of nonprofit services. I'm going to have LSO staff present that piece of legislation. That is, first we're going to do a review of Senate File 1004 that we passed during the special session. And Mr. Hewitt, are you doing that?
Mr. Chairman, I am. We did have a request from Senator Landon to get some information on nonprofits in the state. And Danielle Creech has done that research and can go over it with the committee.
Perfect.
Would that be okay to go first, Mr. Chairman?
Let's go. Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Danielle Creech. I'm a research analyst here at the LSO. And you should have received earlier in your email a fact sheet about 501c nonprofit organizations and employment here in Wyoming. In Appendix A, you'll find a report that was put together by the Wyoming Nonprofit Network. And it's really great because it goes over all of the IRS classifications for 501c organizations. Just as a broad overview, the most 501c organizations in Wyoming are public 501c3 organizations, and they must be organized and operated exclusively for one of the following purposes: charitable, religious, educational, scientific, literary, testing for public safety, fostering national and international amateur sports competition, and preventing cruelty to children and animals. For those 501c3 private foundations, those are not public charities, but rather are established with funds from a single source. And then those funds are generally invested and the earnings are used to support charitable causes. Moving back to the main report, in Wyoming, there are 5,127 501c organizations, and 68% of those are those public 501c3 organizations, as I said previously. Together, public and private 501c3 organizations employ 36,977 people in Wyoming, and that data is from 2017. So if you flip to the second page, you'll see Figure 1, which outlines the NTEE nonprofit classifications of the organizations here in Wyoming. The NTEE, which is the National Taxonomy of Exempt Entities, classifies nonprofits based on their primary tax-exempt activity. And these categories include arts, culture, and humanities, education, environment, animal-related, health, human services, international foreign affairs and national security, public and society benefit, religion-related, mutual membership benefit, and then other. And so for this data, churches are separated from the religious category as they're not required to file or register with the IRS. So you see on that figure, human services accounts for 33% of those 501c3 nonprofits in Wyoming, which is closely followed by churches, and then other and unknown. If you go to page 3, Table 1 provides an outline of employment information for those 501c3 organizations. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, private nonprofits account for 6.1% of private employment in Wyoming. And 501c3 public organizations account for more than 50% of the workforce in the following industries: educational services, college, universities, and professional schools, outpatient care centers, social assistance, and child daycare services. Table 2, which you'll find on page 5, breaks down nonprofit employment by county here in Wyoming. Natrona County has the highest number of employees who work for public 501c3 organizations at 3,262 employees. Goshen, Johnson, Platte, and Uintah counties don't have any record of public 501c employees. And in both Carbon and Sheridan counties, over 70% of employees in the social assistance industry are employed by a 501c3 public organization. Additionally, in Sheridan County, almost 80% of those employed in the individual and family services industry also work for those public organizations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any questions for Ms. Creech? Am I mispronouncing that, ma'am?
No, that's correct.
Perfect. Senator Scott, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my question relates, we've got several nonprofits that are mainstays of the economy in particular communities. I'm thinking particularly of the Buffalo Bill Museum up in Cody. I'm thinking of the Knowles National Outdoor Leadership School in Lander. I think the Wyoming Catholic College has potential of getting there. There's a number of organizations that are a little lesser that are really very business mainstays of the business, and I don't know how they fit into these various categories. I'm not at all sure they're 501c3s. They're Wyoming nonprofits, but I think it's important that if we do something in the nonprofits, that we reach some of those organizations because they are mainstays to some of those economies. And my question is, how do they fit in with all this?
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Creech.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, unfortunately, the scope of this research really was, narrowed to those 501c3 organizations. However, I do have a comprehensive list of organizations that I got from the Wyoming Nonprofit Network. And so I would be more than happy to look at that list and see if any of those organizations fall under that category. And I do realize that there are far more IRS, tax categories for nonprofits here in Wyoming. And I believe that my colleague Ted would be able to expand on that a little bit further.
Further questions for Ms. Creech? Yep, Representative Ayer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up with Senator Scott's comment, we have another, as you know, wide range of nonprofits, the 501c12 organizations, which include the rural electric cooperatives, and they're a pretty substantial part of our state economy as well. And if you want to include them, I'm sure you do. You have any information about their impact on our state economy?
Ms. Creech, do you have any of that information, or is that more gathering that you're going to have to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Ayer. That's something that I absolutely could look into. Unfortunately, with the time limit and scope of the project, I was only able to focus on those 501c organizations, but I would be happy to look into it and get back to you.
Further questions for Ms. Creech? Seeing none. Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my plan is to just briefly go over House Bill Senate File 1004 from the past special session, and then take a look at 20 LSO 723 Working Draft Point 4, which amends that 1004 bill.
Okay.
All right. So House Bill Senate File 1004 from the last special session was passed into law, became Wyoming Special Sessions Law Chapter 3, and enacted 3 programs to provide financial relief for businesses in Wyoming that have been impacted by the ongoing pandemic. And the funds came from the $1.25 billion appropriated to the state and federal CARES Act funds. So the first of the 3 programs is the Business Interruption Stipend Program. That's for businesses with 50 or fewer full-time employees. It was appropriated $50 million. The second program is the Coronavirus Business Relief Stipend Program, which was appropriated $225 million. And that's for Wyoming businesses with 100 or fewer employees. And then the third program is the Coronavirus Mitigation Stipend Program, which is appropriated $50 million, and stipends can go up to $500,000 for each. Each program had a bit of a different purpose. The first program, the Interruption Stipend Program, was meant to cover cost of business interruptions. The second program funding was is intended to provide payroll costs, business supplies, or equipment funding to pay rent or mortgage payments. And then the third program is meant to provide funding for safety equipment costs to deal with the ongoing pandemic. So the Wyoming Business Council is administering these three programs. They have promulgated rules on the first program. Rules haven't come out on the second and third program. For the first program, nonprofits are not included in funding for that program. We don't know about the second and third programs because rules haven't been promulgated. But whether to include nonprofits in this bill was a source of discussion during the session. The Senate came close to including language that it only applied to for-profit businesses, but it ultimately did not. So in theory, the legislation can apply and provide funding for nonprofit entities, but under the Business Interruption Stipend Program, at least for the first program, it's not currently scheduled to do so. So getting into the bill, 20 LSO 723, it amends each of these programs in two ways. It amends the overall appropriation, and then it provides that not more than a certain amount can be appropriated and awarded to nonprofit entities. Now, for the first program, this limitation wouldn't have any effect currently because nonprofit entities aren't allowed to receive funding under the program. But that could change, and the second and third programs could be set up to provide funding for nonprofit programs. This was just the way that the initial request came in. The committee certainly can rework this to provide a set amount of funding for nonprofits from these programs. It can set a range. It can set a limitation, as this bill draft does. There are any number of ways the committee can go with this if it would like to. I should mention that the time is of the essence with this bill because the programs are starting to get up and running. And so if you wanted to affect these programs significantly, it might make sense to do it sooner rather than later. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Hewitt? Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is of course very, very timely. I've been working with the Business Council and our local nonprofits in Lander kind of on this very issue. And I guess in terms of the timeliness, I know the Business Council is at least open to including if nonprofits in their rules in the next two programs. How you do it is a bit of a question, and that seems to be we've been discussing and going back and forth about the 501c3s, which makes some sense. They're prohibited from lobbying and advocating. There's also organizations that provide direct services to communities, like they provided food to people that needed food and stipends. So they were impacted as well. Much as a business had their revenues decline, these service nonprofits had their expenses go up, basically. So I'm very hopeful, but I'm not sure that this bill could be accomplished in a timely manner other than the special session to affect the other two programs because the rules are being stood up right now. And just in terms of the program that opened yesterday at 10 a.m., they went through $20 million the first day. There was originally some hope that there would be some leftover money and maybe they could revisit the nonprofit issue, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So really it's the programs 2 and programs 3 to have that be in a bill and then come into the special session. I think we're probably better off trying to influence the rules of the Business Council than to move legislation along. And I just think, I don't see how the legislation could be timely enough, even if it was in a special session. Mr. Hewitt, do you have any comments on that, or anybody, please?
Mr. Hewitt? Do you think it can be done?
Mr. Chairman, from reading Business Council materials, I believe that the second and third programs are set to roll out in the beginning of July. So perhaps legislation at the end of June could accomplish that. But if the rules get set up before then, then it may be more difficult.
Chairman Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I just wanted to back up for a second. I want to come to acknowledge Senator Case because, boy, he's absolutely right. And he's been working on the same thing I have been. It was me, committee, who asked that this piece of legislation be drafted. And it was in part due to a good debate we had in the state Senate, which was voted down as Mr. Hewitt indicated. The motion was that we not include the nonprofits. And the more I thought about that, the more I came back to what you learned from Ms. Creech. And as we all, I think, realize, the nonprofit network is a very big piece of Wyoming's economy, whether we like to admit it or not. And so therefore, you have 723 in front of you. But Senator Case is exactly right. So the timing is very, very difficult. And we're under the gun. In fact, tranche 1, you're exactly right, Senator. I think that's pretty much gone the way of private business, and that's all fine. I do think that depending on what our Corporations Committee decides to do with this legislation, if we pass it forward to the special session, I think that alone would send an indicator to our Wyoming Business Council that we would like nonprofits considered in this discussion. So then that brings us finally to this point, and that is, committee, how do you identify who's going to be there for this kind of help? And again, Senator Case and others have kind of pointed in all those directions that we might consider going. So I wanted to give you the background of why this is sitting here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we can back up to minerals prior to special session, and Representative Ayer and Representative Furphy could chime in on this as well. I actually proposed an amendment during debate to include nonprofits. And it was debated during then that it wasn't necessary, that the Business Council had purview to actually do this in their rules and regulations. And it was already in their definitions that they already had it. And LSO told us during that debate that under their definitions that they already had nonprofit already defined in rules and regulations. That's why my amendment was overruled and voted down, and it was passed the way it was. And that's how the bill got passed the way it did into the into special session the way it was. So I'm all for nonprofits, but that's how it got to where it was and the nexus of where we're at today. So the way I understand it is that the Business Council has that ability already. Yes or no is my question.
Representative Ayer.
You, I just want to confirm what Representative Duncan said. That's exactly what happened in the Minerals Committee. we were under the assumption that the Business Council would include nonprofits. And it sounds like maybe they have a good inclination to do so on tranche 2 and 3. So I don't know if we depended on them once and they didn't do it, but maybe we need to pass some guidelines that specifically include nonprofits in the next 2 tranches of this bill.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is part comment and I guess part that'll lead to a question. But when we go into this nonprofit section, and I've kind of been struggling with this idea, but I want to make sure that we're going back and actually taking care of expenses that these nonprofits had because of COVID or things that they served their mission. And not to have this be an additional funding source. And I guess that kind of leads into my question is, does this bill draft do that, or could this be used for a funding source, because not all nonprofits are created equal and some of them most definitely haven't been harmed, or and of course all nonprofits are looking for a funding source, but I wanted to make sure we have a mechanism that is actually being used for an expense and things that expenses COVID related that go out and service our communities, and not just a funding source that somewhere down the road might come back to bite us.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to express my frustration, similar to the line of questioning from Representative Duncan. That was my understanding of the debate that occurred in the Minerals Committee. That was my understanding of the customary practice of the Business Council. That was what was testified on the Senate floor, essentially on Zoom. And there was actually an amendment presented on the Senate side to intentionally exclude nonprofits, so that the opposite happened, and that amendment failed. So the clear intention of the legislature was to keep it with the customary practice and the legal interpretation of those definitions, that it could be for profit or for nonprofit, right? And the Business Council, in all of its wisdom, as it picks winners and losers all the time with private business, could make a priority schedule and a determination of which for-profit or nonprofit businesses it felt it needed to grant funding to. That was the legislative intent. So since that time period, I've been really disappointed to see the communication that our intent actually was the opposite. And somehow that if we have a debate, that debate can then be utilized as a basis for non-legal authoritative reasons, which we heard from our own LSO staff that that's the case as well. So I'm pretty frustrated. I applaud the effort of the good senator from Fremont County, Senator Case, who has been working on this issue, and I trust the efforts of the Business Council and the governor's office to get this right. But from a legislative perspective, we made our voice very clear. That was the intention for those funds. If they disagreed with that, they had the authority to make their rules in a different format, to make the priority different or prioritize for-profit, and they didn't. So here we are now trying to determine if we have the time to do it, what that looks like, is there any money left, and can we trust them to get it done? When clearly the effort was strong-armed the other way, and they could have just done it differently instead of blaming us, the legislature, our intent for not providing that. So I'm pretty frustrated about why we even have to be here today. And I feel very uncomfortable in trusting those actors to ensure that our intentional action of including the nonprofits will continue to move forward in a way that's effective. Addressing which nonprofit, again, the Wyoming Business Council is tasked with picking which private business. Should it be for oil and gas? Should it be for clothing retailers? Should it be for those with big employers? Should it be for guns? Should it be for pharmaceuticals? I don't care. I'll leave that to their good wisdom. But they're constantly in the business of doing that. That's what we task them with doing in those grants. And I think they can do the same with nonprofits.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Duncan next. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Representative Duncan, and I got Senator Scott.
Thank you. Just 2 quick points. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, to address Representative Clausen. One, it clearly states in the bill, and we debated and went through very fine tooth comb about that is that it has to be COVID expense related. And in the second bucket of this bill, it is, you have to prove you have expenses, you have itemized, it's very detailed. So that is very clearly stated in the bill. The other part of it is, I have a question to the committee. In Minerals Committee, when the Oil and Gas Commission and the different parts and they were fighting on the APDs and things like that, we clearly wrote a letter to those guys. We clearly wrote a letter saying, you will solve this or we will get involved with legislation. And they came to the parties came to the table and they got it fixed. Is that something that we could do in this situation? Because we clearly had legislative intent and they're not going down the road that we clearly stated in this bill. Is that something we could do that would quickly do this versus having to go in and address it in a bill format? Is that something that we would be willing to do, or something that we could do to send a strong letter, or not?
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, she took some of the words right out of my mouth. I'm going to suggest a two-pronged strategy here. First, I would suggest, in view of the time, that the committee formally instruct, probably with a roll call, the chairman to write a letter reciting the legislative history on both sides and urging the Business Council not to discriminate against nonprofits. And then that we also propose a bill, and I would suggest either we take the draft that's before us and put a plug number in the dollar sign, instruct the LSO to take 25% of the appropriation or 20% or something, or we have a very simple bill that says Business Council is forbidden to discriminate against nonprofits, and I'd make an exception for those that are primarily engaged in advocacy efforts. Though that's not the businesses we're after. But I think if we had both a bill on the offing, even if, so they know that threat is there if we get a special session, and a letter saying, look, this is the legislative history and we think this is the intent of the legislature, and the committee recommends that the Business Council not discriminate against these nonprofits. I think that kind of a two-pronged strategy might get the job done. And I think having both prongs would be useful.
Okay, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Senator Scott kind of took my words completely out of my mouth, except that I had thought about maybe trying to see if we could designate a percentage of the money for nonprofits. And then that way, even if we kept it in the bill and just designated this percentage has to go to nonprofits, then that way the Business Council can't say, well, we're discriminating, we're not discriminating. A certain percentage has to be designated for them. And whatever that percentage is based on what the committee feels or whatever is fine with me, but we need to have them. I mean, if you've got almost 40,000 people in Wyoming that are working in nonprofits, and they're such a valuable part of our communities, all of them, as well as our small businesses, they need to be taken care of. And so thank you, Senator Scott, for saying exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you know what? Part of this is our fault. We did not make it clear enough that nonprofits were part of this. So none of them have applied, thinking that they were not considered to be part of it. So I don't blame it all on the Wyoming Business Council. It's our own fault. We should have made it clear that nonprofits could apply. So I just point that out, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's getting kind of late, and I think Senator Scott's got a really great idea. And so I would like to move that we instruct the chairman to write a letter to the Business Council expressing our support for including nonprofit. And as part of the amendment, part of the motion.
Before we take any motions or anything, we do have public comment, and there is somebody waiting.
Okay, and let me just finish and we'll leave it on the table if that's all right.
Yeah.
The second part of my motion would be that we do have a bill drafted. I think program one, it's not even worth talking about right now. That's out the door, it's done. But we instruct the Business Council to include nonprofits and to develop criteria and rulemaking to include nonprofits in programs 2 and 3. And I just know that we're on safe ground here, everybody. I've heard from the governor's office while we're on this call. They're supportive. I think the Business Council is supportive. I actually don't think anybody's not supportive. The rules, though, on the first round were very clear. It wasn't an oversight. They've specifically said nonprofits may not apply. And that was really an affirmative thing. It wasn't that people didn't apply. But I think there's a change out there and commitment by everybody. So we could have a very simple bill that just says, tells the Business Council that nonprofits shall be included in 2 and 3 and that they will develop the criteria to do so. Totally agree with everybody about advocacy and things like that. But I think it's solidifying around nonprofits that provide direct services, nonprofits that are 501c3s and therefore excluded by the IRS from doing advocacy, and utilities and other things that are cooperatives. I think that's kind of what things are honing around. And so I'll leave that on the table. I won't seek a second at this time, and let's get the public comment.
Okay, I don't see any other people raising their hands, so I'm going to go ahead and bring in our public comment here. Assuming the name is right on this, it's Lori Andrews. I think we've got you.
Hi there.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lori Andrews, and thank you for your time. And I know you've had a very long day, so I will keep this brief. But I do want to acknowledge all of the great comments that I'm hearing about nonprofits. You know, as COVID-19 came to our region, nonprofits played a timely and important role in the response of our communities to stay healthy and address the emergency needs around the pandemic. Nonprofits play a vital role as we look at the economic recovery. It is often said that there are 3 legs to the stool that hold up our communities. It is the businesses, it is government, and it is the nonprofits, and all of these need to work together. Rebuilding our economy means we have to pay attention to the critical infrastructure for our working families. These are key components of the charitable nonprofits that provide, and we need to make certain they are in place and healthy. Some of these examples are childcare. Nonprofits are key providers of childcare so that we can get our working families back into the workplace. We know that there is key needs in such things as senior centers all the way to 4-H. There is mental health issues that some of you have brought up. There is food insecurity, and there are medical issues that our nonprofits are dealing with. So please note that our nonprofits are small businesses as well. They are keeping our communities healthy and safe and coming back as an economy. So I respectfully ask for you to support our nonprofits and to keep this in mind as you go forward, which it sounds like you're doing. So thank you so much for listening to us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Andrews? Yep, Co-Chairman Landon, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to take a moment and thank Ms. Andrews for her patience, you know, with our committee and for staying late and providing comment on this. I think you can tell that our committee likes what you're saying and agrees, and we're going to try to do what we can. So, Ms. Andrews, thank you.
Oh, I applaud all of you. You've worked so hard. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from Ms. Andrews? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Okay, committee, is there any other comments or questions? We do have a motion on the table from Senator Case. Is there a second? The second by Representative Ayer. Any further comments or questions on this subject? Mr. Hewitt, do you understand the direction of the motion?
Mr. Chairman, so it includes writing a letter to the Business Council encouraging them to include nonprofits within the programs as permissible. And then I'm not sure if it included a bill request or not.
Senator Case, please repeat your motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hewitt, it did include a bill request, but it would be just a simple bill request to add language in both sections 2 and 3 that they explicitly provide for nonprofits under rules that are developed by the Business Council, period.
Okay, Representative Clem, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So while we're thinking of this, and I don't know if this would be the appropriate time or not, it sounds pretty likely that this program and probably the others as well are going to run out of money very, very quickly, and yet we still have a substantial sum available to the legislature. And so I don't know if we wanted to go broader. I mean, I'm supportive of what we've got going on right now, but my inclination is to think a little bit broader. And I mean, could we not, you know, expand even the initial program and just put more money in there and say we added another 50 million and included nonprofits in that as well. I don't know if the committee has any inclination to do anything like that, but I mean, it's clear that these are popular programs. They're going to run out of funding, but we have a whole lot left over, and we've just left the chief executive in charge of it all. I think that there should be a little bit of legislative direction. Maybe this committee could provide that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, following up on that, the legislature, if we have a special session, could put more money in, or if we don't, the governor could well. So I would think it might be wise to have the bill include section, the way Senator Case had it, but include section 1 as well, because the governor may well put more money in, or we may well.
That would be friendly.
Okay, that's considered friendly. Representative Ayer, you're good with that as a second? Great. Yeah, Mr. Hewitt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. What would be the procedure for the committee reviewing the bill? Would it be an email vote, or would it come back at another meeting?
That's a really good question. Senator Case, do you have any experience with doing that in any of your bill drafts in this kind of situation?
Well, I hate hanging out there bill drafts, Mr. Chairman, but honestly, I think it's very simple language that just requires the inclusion of nonprofits and provides that the Business Council shall establish by rule who gets it. The inclusion of nonprofits as established by the Business Council rules. And it'd be that language under all 3 programs now. And really, that is the bill.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we adopt the procedure we adopted earlier, where we vote on it. I think this concept is quite clear, and we charge the chairman with reviewing the resulting drafting and make sure it complies with what the committee was asking for.
That is also friendly.
Is the second agree? Representative Ayer? Second's good. Representative Clifford.
I don't know if this is appropriate at the time, but I just wanted to reiterate, if we as a committee move this bill forward, a simple bill, and we want nonprofits included, and I just need to reiterate that that's why I voted for this bill. There was an amendment that I was leaning a no on this bill in special session, but because I was under the impression that nonprofits were going to be included, that's why I voted for this bill. I just need that on record. But so if we're going to include nonprofits in this current pot of money, I think we should establish a minimum amount as well instead of just a maximum amount. Thank you.
Okay. Co-Chairman Lannon.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott touched on where I was going, and as well, Senator Case. The only thing that we lack in the motion is whether or not the committee wanted to establish a percentage or an amount. And, you know, I think we could probably do that at a special session if we have one. So I think simpler is better. And I think what's being proposed would work.
Okay. Any further comments? Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have to do a little bit of housekeeping. I want everybody to know that I declared a conflict on this bill and programs in the special session. The reason is I have no doubt that I'll be applying for one of these programs. However, I do not see a conflict because I'm not involved in any nonprofits that would be applying that I know of, to tell you the truth. And this is only with respect to the nonprofit issue. So I intend to vote, and I intend to vote aye.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. And oh, somebody's going to say something.
Question.
Yep, Representative. Oh, question being called. All those in favor signify by raising your hand.
Is there a roll call?
Do we need? Yeah, I suppose we do.
Yeah, we're going to need a roll call.
A bill. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's correct. Mr. Hewitt, please call the roll.
Senator Case.
Aye.
Senator Nethercutt.
Aye.
Senator Schuler.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
You're muted.
Aye.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clem.
Aye.
Representative Clifford.
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Edwards.
Aye.
Representative Ayer.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
Chairman Lindhoff. Habit of being on Education Committee, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's an upgrade. Aye.
That's kind of a message, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah. So and your chairman will review that letter as soon as possible, right along with the legislation. Once that's complete, we'll make sure to send that on to the entire committee for your review. As it stands right now, we have no further subjects. We ran a little late. I really appreciate everybody that stuck with us. Committee, good work today. Lots of really good debate. Appreciate all of you. We're going to go into, we're going to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. Is there, yeah, 8:30 in the morning, Jim. Co-Chairman Landon, do you have anything before we quit?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. Nice job today.
Thanks. And good job, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.